procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Tune in to Elevate Your Wealth.
If you're 5 to 10 years from retirement, you do not have the time to deal with a market downturn.
With Mark Stimson and Casey Elkins.
It's important that you know what the rules are, because if you don't, you can make some tremendous decisions that could adversely affect you, and you may not be able to go back and fix them.
Tune in to Elevate Your Wealth, Saturdays at 11 a.m., right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
$83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
$83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
We ask parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs. It's probably the best you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Glad you're with us. A woman from southern Michigan has been reunited with her beloved cat after 3 years apart when the feline was discovered at a McDonald's nearly 10 miles from home. Ella Bennett couldn't believe her eyes when she spotted what looked like her long-lost cat Buddy in a Facebook post by the Lenawee County Humane Society.
I immediately sent it to my grandma. I was like, that looks just like Buddy. And I posted a picture of him on there, and I was like, do you think this could be him, you know?
She spoke with WXYZ television. The cat been found severely matted at that McDonald's in Adrian. Sasha Wilkerson with the Lenawee County Humane Society said they were able to confirm Buddy's identity through pet records, previous photos, and his reaction to Bennett. Bennett plans to allow Buddy outdoor adventures again, but with two important differences this time. He's now fixed and has a microchip thanks to the Humane Society. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had zero investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Immigration crackdown.
This is the largest immigration enforcement operation.
Mike Waltz out as National Security Advisor.
But now the nominee for ambassador to the United Nations.
Real ID crunch.
Folks have waited until the last minute.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, they call it Operation Tidal Wave, part of President Trump's push for mass deportations. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says more than 1,100 people were arrested in that state's largest immigration sweep in history. Critics say not everyone picked up has a criminal record. Here's CBS's Manuel Bojorquez.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement video shows some of the 1,120 people detained during Operation Tidal Wave.
These are people that should have never been in our country.
Immigration officials say a majority of the arrested had criminal records, including someone convicted of murder and multiple alleged gang members. But advocate groups and families say people with pending asylum cases and no violent history were detained too.
Did he have a criminal record, gang affiliation?
No. This woman from Guatemala says her partner and the father of her 3-month-old was arrested on his way to work.
No tengo palabras. You have no words.
She says he recently renewed his work permit, and both of them have pending legal cases. But now she's afraid he'll be deported back to poverty-stricken Guatemala.
The Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to strip temporary legal protections from 350,000 Venezuelans, potentially exposing them to being deported. Now to the White House, CBS's Weijia Jiang has the latest on the shakeup that's rocked the president's national security team.
Less than 24 hours after Mike Waltz spoke during a cabinet meeting.
It's an honor to serve you in this administration.
CBS News confirmed the former Green Beret and congressman would be leaving his role as national security advisor. On Truth Social, President Trump said he was nominating Waltz to be the ambassador to the United Nations, a role that requires Senate confirmation. In March, Waltz mistakenly included a reporter in a Signal group chat about U.S. strikes against the Houthis. Vice President J.D. Vance downplayed Waltz's reassignment.
So he wasn't let go. He's got the trust of both me and the president, but we also thought that he'd make a better UN ambassador.
Just before Trump announced Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as interim national security advisor, he was praising Rubio at a Rose Garden event.
Marco Rubio, unbelievable. Unbelievable, Marco. When I have a problem, I call up Marco. He gets it solved.
The Trump trade war is having an effect on businesses in this country and China, where a 145% tariff is in place. CBS's Anna Coren visited China's largest trade fair.
For many of these businesses, the U.S. has been one of their biggest export markets. Not anymore.
Not so good this year. It's bad.
The trade war has brought an abrupt end to those sales, with U.S. buyers telling their Chinese suppliers to cancel orders and stop shipments. One American we did come across wasn't there to buy, but rather to research new products.
I don't want to bring them in at the current tariff rate. It just doesn't work. It's too high. But I also don't believe it's going to last months and months and months.
Days after we learned the U.S. economy shrank over the first 3 months of the year, today a much-anticipated employment report comes out. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
We are potentially going to see maybe that businesses took a wait-and-see approach with all of this uncertainty, and perhaps they didn't hire as much as we expect them to.
Starting next Wednesday, we'll need Real ID to enter some government buildings or board a flight. A passport will still work, but CBS's Chris Van Cleve says the TSA is braced for possible delays and confusion.
The TSA says about 1 in every 5 flyers is showing up without a compliant ID, meaning they could be in for major travel troubles when the Real ID requirements kick in on Wednesday.
We're all hands on deck.
Adam Stahl is acting as the deputy TSA administrator.
We're very confident that we can thread the needle of both enforcing the law while also minimizing impacts.
TSA officers will use a secondary process to try to confirm the identity of flyers without a real ID, passport, or other compliant identification, but that can take time.
You may face additional wait times at the airport. In extremely rare circumstances, if we cannot identify or validate your identity, denial.
A CBS News data analysis found in 30 states, fewer than 70% of eligible residents have a real ID. In 17 states, the compliance rate is less than half.
It's coming up on 5 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
President Trump has signed an executive order that looks to cut federal money for PBS and NPR. CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
According to the order, neither entity presents a fair, accurate, or unbiased portrayal of current events to taxpaying citizens. NPR CEO has recently said that 1% of their budget comes from the federal government, but adds that it would be a big hit for affiliate stations, which get about $100 million of the just over $121 million that goes to public radio every year.
On social media, President Trump said he intends to rename Veterans Day Victory Day for World War I. And May 8th, known as VE Day, would be renamed Victory for World War II. The Texas state legislature has taken up a bill that could ban social media use by minors in the state. It would require platforms to use a form of age verification for all users to ensure kids are not setting up accounts. Republican Jared Patterson supports it.
We are going to wake up at some point in this country and realize what we have done to an entire generation of kids that are on this highly addictive product called social media.
Democrat Aaron Zwiener.
I still am struggling with this outright ban and both the effect it has on adults' privacy and on minors' right to connect.
Police in Chatham, Illinois now say it's likely the driver who slammed her car into a building where an after-school camp was going on may have had a medical emergency. 4 young people were killed. Police have not ruled out filing charges. There's word jailed music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has turned down a plea deal ahead of his sex trafficking trial next week. CBS's Jerika Duncan.
The government acknowledged that they did offer Sean Combs a plea deal. The judge had Mr. Combs acknowledge that he received that plea deal, and he acknowledged to the judge that he did not accept it and that he wanted to move forward with the trial, which is expected to start next week when jurors are selected.
Combs has maintained his innocence since his arrest last year. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention, if you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Uber is set to roll out its next generation of autonomous vehicles.
Uber has teamed up with the autonomous vehicle technology company May Mobility to announce its next deployment of thousands of AVs on the Uber platform. May Mobility CEO Ed Olson says Uber saw the value of its car's decision-making technology.
We use LiDAR, radar, and camera. We have a 360-degree field of view.
And why he thinks they're the perfect fit for Uber.
With Toyota as one of our key partners, we can scale with Uber. They can generate all of the demand we could ever possibly want.
The initial deployment set for the end of the year in Arlington, Texas. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
Preps for next week's conclave to find a new pope accelerated today with the installation of a chimney out of the Sistine Chapel. The ballots of the voting cardinals are burned in a furnace. If the smoke is black, it was inconclusive. White smoke means a pope has been picked. Paul Ferry and David Shapiro produced the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. 2 people are hurt after a drive-by shooting in the Rainier Beach neighborhood. Seattle police say it happened at Beersheba Park just after 7 last night. The suspect fired multiple shots from a vehicle on Seward Avenue Park South before driving off. One of the bullets grazed the jaw of an 8-year-old girl. Another hit a 76-year-old woman. Both victims were taken to the hospital, and they're expected to be okay. So far, no arrests have been made. Seattle's May Day rally made its way from Capitol Hill to downtown. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey was marching alongside.
The issues front and center for hundreds of peaceful demonstrators here in downtown Seattle, the rights of immigrant workers and federal workers. Demonstrators marched from Capitol Hill all the way down to the Federal Building on 2nd Avenue. Along the way, many people stepped outside their businesses to support the crowd. In Seattle, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Faculty and staff stage a walkout at all Seattle area community colleges. Their wages and state funding for higher education at issue. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
At exactly 10 o'clock, the walkout started at Seattle Central College. A crowd of more than 100 people gathered carrying signs and chanting. Union members supporting union members and standing up for each other on International Workers' Day. Here's union member J.P. Green.
They'll take everything they can from us. In all the union negotiations, they try to give us as little as possible, not even beating inflation. So we're actually losing money year after year.
Protesters say state lawmakers need to do more to fund higher education. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
The U.S. Department of Education has opened an investigation into Washington State's superintendent office. The department says our state's education agency may be forcing schools to allow boys to compete in girls' sports and use girls-only bathrooms. State Superintendent Chris Reichdahl tells KIRO News Radio's Gian Ursula he is not backing down.
We want to give them all the information we have to the federal government, make sure they understand that it's our state law that we're following, not some independent official's will here.
The DOE says violations of Title IX could lead to the termination of federal funding. Meantime, Washington U.S. Senator Patty Murray is warning about a shock to the nation's supply chain. She says it's already being seen at ports up and down the West Coast where less cargo is coming in.
Less cargo at our ports means less goods for our truckers to transport. And that ultimately means bare shelves for our retailers and the American consumer.
The ports of Seattle and Tacoma says they expect shipments to plummet by 40% later this month amid the ongoing trade war. Analysts warn of supply chain problems that haven't been seen since the height of COVID. Amazon CEO is offering a rosy outlook on tariffs. Andy Jassy says the company's online marketplace is built to weather the challenges ahead because it's so big.
When you've got larger diversity like we have a better chance of some of those sellers deciding that they're going to capture share and they're not going to pass on all or any of those tariffs to customers.
Jassy was speaking during the company's Q1 earning call after Amazon reported better than expected results, but also softened its expectations for the second quarter. Amazon stock is down more than 2% in after-hours trading. A Bellevue raised lady may be the belle of the Tony Awards this year. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch reports.
In the musical Death Becomes Her, Megan Hilty recreates the role made famous by Meryl Streep in the 90s film. Hilty telling CBS,
"You could get really hung up on the fact that some of the greatest actresses of all time played our roles.
That's clearly not a problem for Hilty, who was just nominated for Best Leading Actress in a Musical for her portrayal of an actress seeking eternal youth. Hilty was previously nominated for her role in the play Noise Is Off, and she gained fame in the TV hit Smash. Please say that you won't. I pray that you don't forget me. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic on this Friday right now, Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes, Puyallup to Renton 17, Renton to Bellevue about 23 minutes, Everett to Seattle 26 minutes right now. And for your forecast, we have sunny to partly cloudy skies expected later this afternoon. Highs will be warm, but not as warm as yesterday. We're going to top out around 68. Right now, it's about 42 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, the United States and Ukraine have signed a historic economic partnership, giving the U.S. preferential access to Ukraine's critical mineral resources in exchange for a joint investment fund. We'll have details next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
With Choke Points, we try to answer listeners' questions. It can be as simple as a neighborhood stop sign, or it can be as big as the budget for transportation. I don't care. I'll find the answer for you. It's really easy to get a hold of me at mynorthwest.com. We have a direct link there that gets right to me. You can also do it in the app. You can hit me up on the text line.
Choke Points, presented by Carter Subaru. Tuesdays and Thursdays on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big number with a two-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
The Mariners are celebrating Mother's Day weekend during a 3-game series May 9th to 11th. And on Mother's Day, Sunday the 11th, the first 10,000 moms will score a clear purse thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then the action continues with a showdown against the Yankees May 12th to 14th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, good morning. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor. The U.S. and Ukraine signed an economic partnership granting the U.S. preferential access to Ukraine's critical mineral resources in exchange for a joint investment fund following months of tense negotiations.
And while the deal excludes repayment for past military aid, future U.S. assistance will count toward the fund. Ukraine retains full ownership of its resources. We're joined now by CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland to break this down. Jeff, what is the purpose of coming to an agreement with Ukraine, and what does that signal about what may be ahead?
Well, what it does, Charlie, I think is at least it establishes very clearly an economic, if not a strategic partnership between the United States and Ukraine. And as you suggested, access to resources, the United States would have preferred treatment in that regard, particularly important for the U.S. in terms of rare earth minerals, which are critically important for high-performance aircraft, ships, and all kinds of things that have a national security requirement. And also, now this agreement does not force Ukraine to face up to $350 billion in repayment. Initially, the Trump administration said they had to pay back for previous military aid. That will not occur, which would also expose them to the same kind of requirement from other countries who provide military aid. And it's also, I think, pretty explicit about Russian aggression. It talks about Russian aggression. It talks about nobody involved in Russian aggression would benefit from any kind of economic spinoff from all this, and doesn't block the Ukrainians from it accessing to the European Union, which was very, very important to them. Now, we haven't seen how Moscow reacts. It's clearly the tone of this particular agreement, I think, is more favorable towards the Ukraine than the previous one, and certainly sets a new direction following that rather disastrous meeting between Mr. Trump and Mr. Zelensky back in February. It seems to be a derivative, a rather brief meeting Trump and Zelensky had on the periphery of the Pope's funeral there in the Vatican.
Can you explain simply how this will work? It's not like you just start mining and suddenly have money.
Yeah, the Ukrainians would have control of the assets, so they would have to say which of their assets you could actually conduct mining. U.S. companies would have preferred then treatment in terms of being the ones to conduct that particular excavation. It'd be a 50-50 deal in terms of profits from these particular excavations. And furthermore, for the first 10 years, there's going to be a U.S.-Ukrainian reconstruction fund established that any profits from these explorations will have to be reinvested in Ukrainian reconstruction following the war.
Jeff, maybe I can ask this in a simple way. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me that what is happening here is that the U.S. now has a strong economic interest in what happens in Ukraine, and President Trump is not going to like it if Russia were to take over Ukraine and say, no, you can't have that anymore.
Well, that's exactly right, Charlie, but that's sort of an implicit, if you will, security guarantee. What the Ukrainians had wanted initially, of course, they were the ones that proposed this idea at the end of the Biden administration, quite frankly, was a very explicit U.S. security guarantee that would protect them from subsequent Russian invasion should an agreement on a peace agreement be allowed to occur. This is much more implicit, very obviously, hopefully a large U.S. economic investment and operations in Ukraine, and therefore a subsequent Russian invasion would be something that would bring the United States in or threaten to bring the United States in.
Yeah, you mentioned we haven't seen how Moscow will respond yet, but this sends a pretty strong message to President Putin, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I think it suggests that the United States and the Trump administration is becoming increasingly frustrated with Moscow's unwillingness to move forward in any kind of a ceasefire. I mean, the Ukrainians agreed back in March to a 30-day ceasefire. The Russians have rejected that. They've left the Ukrainians have left that on the table. The Trump administration has pushed forward a ceasefire. Mr. Putin has responded with a ceasefire on Easter Sunday, which was violated very frequently. He has now offered up a 3-day ceasefire around Victory Day, the commemoration of the end of World War II in Moscow, very important to them. But these are, I think, somewhat cosmetic in an effort to push back. And really, Putin has shown no serious indication, to my mind, of a willing to negotiate seriously, nor has he made any concessions in trying to set the stage for a negotiated settlement. While the United States, I think, has made significant concessions, such as acknowledging that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO. Mr. Trump even acknowledged rather publicly, surprisingly, that to his mind, Crimea actually belonged to Russia, which was rather startling acknowledgement of territorial transfer in a sovereign state. But the Russians so far have not shown any willingness to negotiate, and I think this shows a level of frustration on the part of the Trump administration.
Jeff, we appreciate you helping us sort this out. Thank you. CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, it's sunny to partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, clear skies, temperature about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, genetic testing company 23andMe has filed for bankruptcy, sparking concerns over the fate of its existing customer data. Joining us next will be KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
With over 20 new home communities throughout the Puget Sound area, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
What do you get when you assemble 50 manufacturers with over 400 new and used RVs plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get an RV buyer's dream. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I love delivery.
How so?
Nearly anything delivered to me. Just a click or call away.
Something, same day.
Right.
Everything you want.
Well, not quite everything.
Oh?
If only I could have more hot water delivered.
Running short?
My water heater.
Getting old?
Guess so.
Good news.
What?
We deliver hot water same day.
Wait.
Apollo Plumbing same day water heater replacement.
Right. You're Dan.
You call, we come.
I'm in hot water.
In a good way.
Same day?
We'll pull out the old.
And put in the new.
You can even upgrade to a tankless water heater.
So I'm never out of hot water again.
Zip, zam, zoom, just like that.
Only thing?
Yeah?
My budget's a wee snug.
No worries. Apollo offers easy payments.
On water heaters.
With approved credit, sure.
Same day.
A big blue Apollo truck can be on its way.
Easy payments.
So you can replace that old one now.
And you'll haul away the old one?
Of course.
Told you I love home delivery.
Sure.
Gotta love Apollo Plumbing, too.
Just doing our job.
Same day water heater replacement.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
You've worked hard, saved diligently, and now retirement is on the horizon. But will your nest egg go the distance? With rising cost and uncertain markets, there's no time for oversimplified plans. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
When I was in the market for a new car, I wanted to buy from a dealership that had the best selection and value, outstanding customer service, and a sterling reputation. That is exactly what I found at Carter Subaru. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. Over the years, our family has purchased 2 Outbacks from Carter Subaru, and we plan to be customers again in the future. With over 200 new vehicles in stock, they've got what you're looking for today, including the 2025 Outback with 1.9% financing for 48 months on approved credit. And right now, you can also get the 2024 Crosstrek with 2.9% APR for 48 months OAC. As a family-owned business, they take great pride in making car buying a hassle-free experience. Shop with the Carter Subaru Advantage and enjoy valet parking at their Ballard dealership and at-home delivery across all their locations. Visit Carter Subaru Shoreline or Carter Subaru Ballard today.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Get new Lake Washington windows and doors with a lifetime transferable warranty installed this year and don't pay for them until next year. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump has signed an executive order cutting funding to PBS and NPR. CBS's Jared Hill says they get about $500 million a year through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
The executive order claims that PBS and NPR are biased in their reporting. It directs the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, as well as other federal agencies, to stop funding both of them. That's about 15% of PBS's annual revenue, 1% for NPR. Still, though, we're talking about a decent amount of money. The immediate impact is not clear since CPB is funded 2 years in advance to insulate it from political maneuvering.
Some local Head Start providers are taking part in a national lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's effort to dismantle the Head Start program. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Head Start is a federal program that provides comprehensive early childhood education, health, and nutrition services to low-income children and families. KIRO 7 TV reports the suit was filed against the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, accusing it of unlawfully implementing the DOJ and anti-DEIA executive orders by gutting the program of staff and resources. Among the plaintiffs, the Head Start Association of Washington State and the ACLU of Washington. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A woman and child were shot at Beersheba Park in Seattle's Rainier Beach neighborhood. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has this report from the scene.
Police say the shooter sped off right after those shots were fired, but detectives couldn't share a description of the car. Witnesses told KIRO 7, though, that people immediately ran for cover. Police closed down the park and the boat launch for this investigation for a couple of hours. Now, police are still searching for that shooter. They're not sure how many people were involved or were inside that car. But we do know that the 8-year-old was taken to the hospital by her father.
The 76-year-old woman took herself to Harborview. Both are expected to be okay. We're learning more about a deadly stabbing in Pierce County. A teen from the county is being charged as an adult for murder. Fox 13 Seattle says he's accused of stabbing his mom's boyfriend in the neck. It happened earlier this week in an apartment in Midland. The victim died at the scene. The teen told investigators he was scared and didn't mean to kill him. Court records say it started with an argument between the victim and the teen's mom. On Thursday, the teen pleaded not guilty. His mom asked the judge to let him go home with an ankle monitor. The judge said no and ordered him to stay in secure detention. His next court date is set for May 19th. A fire tore through parts of the Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad. The fire broke out Wednesday on part of the trestle bridge that runs from Mineral to Monroe. Beth Ann Mayer, the executive director of Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad, tells KIRO 7 TV.
We're a small nonprofit. We've worked really hard over the past 2.5 years to get the organization to the point it's at. We carry about 80,000 passengers a year.
The organization says this section was a key part of reopening the freight and passenger service to Morton. A GoFundMe page has been started to help raise money for repairs. Cinema is coming back to the historic Port Gamble Theatre for the first time in nearly 7 decades. Back in 2011, the Port Gamble Theatre was revived as a live performance space, and now they're bringing vintage movies back to the community. The 1939 classic, The Wizard of Oz, will play on May 17th with 2 showings. After each screening, there'll be a discussion and presentation from a member of the Wizard of Oz Museum in Kansas. You can buy tickets on the theater's website. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal to Seattle about 24 minutes right now. Tooele to Bellevue about 36 minutes. Issaquah to Seattle about 23 minutes. Redmond to Seattle running about 25 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got sunshine on the way today. Temperature is still warm. The high will be 68. Right now, it's about 42 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, why don't we start this new weekly feature, Say?
I think that's a great idea. Luke Ducey was very excited about this and pulled us into a room and said, what do you think about this? It's called Tech Talk.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Luke, thanks for doing this. You worked a lot of years in tech as well, so you know a thing or two about this.
I did, and it's exciting. It's an exciting business to be in.
There's always something to talk about when it comes to tech, right?
Tech Talk, baby. Hey, we are a tech region. We're a tech city here in Seattle, and there's so many topics that impact everything we do every day, from cybersecurity to AI and the cloud. How are those things changing the way we get through our day? How our kids do their homework these days? And what the heck is the Internet of Things? And what does it have to do with my grande soy latte every morning?
Now I'm confused.
All right. Well, every week we're going to explain, we're going to discuss, we're going to debate all of it.
Okay.
And this week, we're going to start with data privacy. 23andMe, the company that collects DNA and tells you everything you want to know about your ancestry, your genetics, and your health, they're declaring bankruptcy, and they are selling the company, including all of your data. 23andMe has helped 15 million users around the world answer the one question we all share. Where did I come from? And since it launched in 2006, the biotechnology company has not only answered questions about the family tree, they've also answered questions like, what's the genetic probability you like the taste of cilantro or think it tastes like soap? And do you have a genetic marker associated with late-onset Alzheimer's disease or diabetes? All you have to do is order a 23andMe kit, spit into a small tube, and send it back. However, Suzanne Bernstein, an attorney with the Electronic Privacy Information Center, warns there's a data privacy problem.
On the federal level, there aren't many protections for consumers for their highly sensitive genetic data that 23andMe has.
After filing for bankruptcy in March, 23andMe is now looking to sell to another company, including all of their genetic data they've collected over the last 20 years, because it's worth a lot of money.
That data is 23andMe's largest asset.
And there's not much anyone can do to stop them, including the federal law that protects the privacy and security of individuals' health information known as HIPAA.
The HIPAA scope is very narrow. It only applies where a patient is sharing medical records with a doctor or an insurance company.
23andMe's founders created their database to gather enough genetic data to influence how modern healthcare works, to discover common genetic markers for diseases and cancers. Because they're a private company, and you, and me included, willingly gave them a tube of our saliva, they now own our genetic data. And Bernstein says they can sell it to data brokers to sell to advertisers or possibly drug companies, healthcare providers, or insurance companies.
It's unclear who will buy that and what those uses of that data could be.
Even if all you really wanted to do was just find out if you were 100% Irish or not.
It's also a basic concern about sensitive health information is being used for purposes that you really couldn't consider or think about when you first signed up, just to understand where your family might have come from.
So bottom line is there is no federal data privacy law on the books to protect consumers, really. You're just trusting that companies do the right thing. And that's why attorneys general across the country, including ours, are recommending you deactivate your 23andMe account if you want as soon as possible. We're going to have a link on mynorthwest.com to take you step by step how to do that. On Tuesday, 23andMe just agreed to allow a court-appointed overseer to monitor the sale of all their data. That's brand new. And next week, there's a congressional hearing on this very issue.
Coming up, we'll have more national headlines. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877 or visit us online at getroofsmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or getroofsmart.com.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Enjoy your drive home with the John Curley Show.
Go talk to the customer and find out why they went for Donald Trump, and then why not satisfy that customer as opposed to just destroying the guy.
Weekday afternoons from 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
CBS News Brief. Vice President J.D. Vance was on Fox defending President Trump's decision to remove Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor and nominate him for U.S. Ambassador to the UN.
If the president wanted to fire him over the signal thing, which, by the way, was a total nothing burger of a story, he would have just done it. But he actually decided it's better for Mike to be in this new role. He's given Mike the new role. That's it.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as interim national security advisor. CBS's Jarrett Hill reports the president is cutting funding to public media.
The executive order claims that PBS and NPR are biased in their reporting. It directs the Corporation for Public Broadcasting as well as other federal agencies to stop funding both of them.
We'll get the April jobs report later this morning. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
We're seeing a slowing in terms of the number of jobs added, but it's not like anything is falling off a cliff.
Stock futures are higher after China announced it's considering starting trade talks with the U.S. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, sunny to partly cloudy skies this afternoon. A high will be around 68. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, the Washington State Legislature has passed a multi-million-dollar transportation levy. We speak with Senator Mark Elias about how it'll affect your wallet. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey folks, John Curley here. One of the best home comfort inventions of recent time, mini split systems. Now you can enjoy efficient heating and cooling while saving energy and reducing utility bills with personalized room comfort. Call my friends at Home Comfort Alliance for a free consultation, and for a limited time, get 18 months same as cash financing on all qualified systems. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So, our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Well, the state legislature passed a multi-billion-dollar transportation revenue package during the recently wrapped-up session in Olympia, one many lawmakers referred to as grueling. This plan is anchored by a 6-cent increase in the state's gas tax. The Senate Transportation Budget Writer is Senator Mark Elias, and he is with us now on Seattle's Morning News. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Thanks for spending some time. Senator, this is the first gas tax hike in Washington in nearly a decade. Why now? Are we really in that big a hole? Republicans would say rein in spending.
You know, we worked in a bipartisan way in the Senate to try and really look at what would it look like to pass a budget with no new revenue. And we actually released that to the public a month or so ago. And what it showed was with the resources we have in transportation, every new project would have to be delayed. And we'd have to make cuts to the state patrol, state ferries, other critical agencies, because unfortunately, the gas tax just isn't keeping up with inflation in the economy. The gas tax is a flat fixed rate. As costs go up, unfortunately, it doesn't keep up. And it is our dedicated revenue source for transportation. So when we looked at what that new taxes, that all cuts budget would look like, it just was too devastating to our infrastructure. So we worked together, Democrats and Republicans, to chart a modest increase that will help us pay for ferries, for state patrol, for maintenance of our roads, and to keep all of our major investments going.
I want to bring in Chris Sullivan, hands down the best traffic and transportation reporter around, because he has a few thoughts on transportation issues.
Yeah, Marco, Senator Elias, you talk about the lack of the gas tax not going the way it used to. Why has there never really been any serious discussion other than one hearing of the road usage charge? That seems to be something that could be more equitable and can be sustainable going forward.
My commitment was to work in a bipartisan way. My ranking member on the committee is Republican Curtis King from Yakima. And so we looked at all the different potential revenue tools together. And I will tell you, our Republican colleagues have a couple of concerns about the road usage charge. First, some privacy concerns. How do we track the mileage? How do we make sure that privacy is protected? And then also for their rural drivers, a sense that in the rural parts of the state, folks have to drive longer distances to reach the same destinations that folks in urban or suburban areas do. So those were this session kind of some of the the real objections. And so that's why we looked at the tools that were already in the toolbox, like the gas tax, as a way to solve the challenge we've had in front of us.
Obviously, the gas tax got most of the attention, but we're talking about all kinds of increases in fees. A tire replacement fee from $1 to $5, an increase every 3 years in fees for new IDs and driver's license. Republicans, of course, have said this is just way too much for working class families. How do you respond?
Well, first of all, we worked in a bipartisan way. We actually, a quarter of our Senate Republicans voted for the package. So we tried to do this in a balanced way together, and also look at places where fees aren't adjusted because of inflation. And as costs go up, we wanted to make sure that those fees keep up. All of our transportation fees are dedicated to preserving our roads, to supporting the state patrol, to other critical transportation purposes. So we want them to sort of keep up with costs because they're paying for the costs of our transportation systems. That was the main philosophy. We also looked at some newer fees and taxes that don't impact middle class drivers. We put a luxury tax in place, for example, on private planes, on vehicles over $100,000. So we were trying to think about how can we support the system without putting all of the burden on the shoulders of working class folks, and tried to balance all the competing interests. I don't want to pay more either. There was a 9-cent gas tax increase proposed in the House. We really felt firmly that something more modest was needed at this time, so we landed on that 6-cent increase. So trying to really focus on minimizing the ask to commuters out there, but also recognize that if we don't fix potholes, that's causing people new tires, dings in their windshield, the roughness of our roads. There's actually a study that shows it contributes to accidents when the road is in poor condition. So we're paying one way or we're paying another. We're trying to make sure that we pay for good things, pay for maintained roads, that's our priority.
How do we fix our fish issue? I know where $5 billion is hard to find, but it has to get done. I know there's mediation underway, but how do we fix that? I know there were some ideas of maybe shifting that money to, a different fund to get it out of Transpo, that maybe that would allow us a little bit more flexibility. How do we tackle this issue?
Yeah, this is one where we have not just a legal obligation, but I think really a moral responsibility to make sure that our salmon and orca are thriving here. Transportation has been a part of the problem in terms of blocking our fish-bearing streams with infrastructure, so we need to repair that. We're right now in active mediation with our tribal partners to figure out how to do the final stretch of that work in a way that's both cost effective for taxpayers, but also delivers real value. We've cleared we're on track to clear most of the large barriers. What's left is kind of smaller ones that are maybe upstream or that are blocked by others. And we need to figure it out with our tribal partners how to make sure we get the most value for the investment we're making. We also need to have a conversation with our capital budget writers about, are there other ways that we can pay for this? And, we don't have a complete answer this year. We sort of started that dialogue, and we're going to keep working on it until we get to a good answer.
Got another question for you, one that I get an awful lot from our listeners, tying back to, old news here with the CCA, the Climate Commitment Act, and looking at ways maybe to dedicate those funds specifically to the multimodal, and maybe being able to dedicate that money to those things while maybe keeping the other transpo budget money towards roads and maintenance, which so desperately need it. How do you balance those two, or can you even use the CCA money for that as we go forward?
That's a great point. And our Climate Commitment Act dollars and transportation really are focused on transit, on improving bike pedestrian connections, and on doing the fleet and vessel electrification and conversion. Those are the things we know are going to reduce carbon emissions, but they're also going to lead to better quality of life. Part of what it pays for is our Kids Ride Free program. So families across the state can, save the expense of paying for that extra set of fares. Their young people can ride our buses for free, ride our ferries for free, things like that. So it's helping reduce costs for families, but also encourage young people to use transit service. I hear from a lot of parents who don't have to ferry their kids to games and activities because they've now got that free transit pass, and kids can use that instead, which is adding convenience as well. We did this year make a couple of modest changes. We are going to fund some of the multimodal elements of a couple of our large projects. So on the North Spokane corridor, there's a significant trail improvement being made as a part of that project, the Children of the Sun Trail. pretty expensive, and we're using Climate Commitment Act dollars to cover that multimodal element of that project. It's helping relieve the overall project costs, so the Climate Commitment Act can help us in some places balance the costs of these large projects. But for the main of it, we're focusing the Climate Commitment Act on reducing emissions, getting people to walk and bike and use transit and switch to non-emitting vehicles. That's the main purpose of it, and that's been our primary focus.
Senator Marco Leos, Senate Transportation Budget Writer, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
For your KIRO News radio forecast on this Friday, lots of sunshine on the way today. Warm temperatures again. The high will be close to 70. Right now, it's about 42 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with your host, Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
It's an exciting night at my house last night. Nick came home. She's all excited. This shirt she found was $80. So she's sitting there talking to me, and all of a sudden she goes, I can't breathe. Cut me out of it. I was like, cut you out of it? It was $80. She goes, I got it for $11. Why'd you even buy it? Because it was $80. I got it for $11. I knew it wouldn't fit, but it was so cheap.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7.
It's time. The new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort is open. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Tig, tell us about it.
Our new phase features incredible extra-large RV lots with amazing unobstructed views. And talk about privacy, nothing will be developed behind them. And these lots start at just $80,000.
Natchez RV Resort has 300 days of sunshine and year-round family fun. Pickleball, playground, dog park, miles of recreational trails. Plus, you have fishing, hunting, skiing, and golf nearby. And don't forget wine tasting. Yakima Valley has been voted the #1 best wine region in the U.S.
Natchez RV Resort also features a 4,300 square foot clubhouse with gourmet kitchen, great room, fitness center, showers, and laundry. Plus, the brand new saltwater swimming pool and hot tub are open and ready for you.
Get your perfect pick of Natchez RV Resort's premium view lots, starting at just $80,000. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Stay informed and entertained with Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
A lot of the audience can relate to and agree with both of our differing points of view.
Or they might think you're nuts, and that's fine too.
Jake and Spike, weekdays noon to 3 on KIRO News Radio.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. Northwest News.
When I was in the market for a new car, I wanted to buy from a dealership that had the best selection and value, outstanding customer service, and a sterling reputation. That is exactly what I found at Carter Subaru. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. Over the years, our family has purchased 2 Outbacks from Carter Subaru, and we plan to be customers again in the future. With over 200 new vehicles in stock, they've got what you're looking for today, including the 2025 Outback with 1.9% financing for 48 months on approved credit. And right now, you can also get the 2024 Crosstrek with 2.9% APR for 48 months OAC. As a family-owned business, they take great pride in making car buying a hassle-free experience. Shop with the Carter Subaru Advantage and enjoy valet parking at their Ballard dealership and at-home delivery across all their locations. Visit Carter Subaru Shoreline or Carter Subaru Ballard today.
Improve the security of your home with Lake Washington Windows and Doors exclusive break-resistant glass technology. Get a free quote at lakewashingtonwindows.com, a name you can trust.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. Stock futures are climbing after the April jobs report came in better than expected. Employers added 177,000 jobs last month as the jobless rate held steady at 4.2%. Eric Merlis is the co-head of global markets at Citizens.
177, higher than the highest estimate of the economists that were polled. Unemployment rate didn't change and participation rate up. That is very welcome for the overall labor picture.
Still, the number of jobs created last month was down slightly from March. President Trump says he is taking away Harvard University's tax-exempt status. More from CBS's Stacey Lynn.
In a post on Truth Social, the president made the announcement saying it's what they deserve. Harvard's president has said revoking the status would be unlawful. The decision will likely face legal challenges. The move comes just weeks after the president froze more than $2.2 billion in federal funding for the school over its refusal to help stamp out alleged anti-Semitism and hate on campus.
The president has signed an executive order cutting funding for PBS and NPR. Frank Sesno is a professor at the George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs.
All of this is going to be challenged both in the court of law and in the court of public opinion. Republican administrations have tried to defund PBS, CPB, NPR in the past, and they've met with really fierce opposition, in many cases from Republican members of Congress who are trying to protect the local stations in their communities.
Trump accuses PBS and NPR of bias reporting. The memorial for the 19 children and 2 teachers killed in the Uvalde, Texas school shooting 3 years ago has been vandalized. The wooden crosses bearing the victims' names were moved. At least one was damaged. Uvalde Police Chief Homer Delgado says state troopers are supposed to be watching that site 24/7.
I've got to be honest, I take things very personal. Ultimately, it's my job. So I take full responsibility for this.
Robb Elementary School remains closed. It's going to be a very soggy weekend for much of the Mid-South with the possibility of flooding and tornadoes. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
Over 90 million people are under the excessive rain threat from today right through the southern plains and into the Ohio Valley. And this weather is going to be moving over towards the eastern quarter of the nation and last right through the weekend and into the early part of next week.
There's rain in the forecast for tomorrow's Kentucky Derby. Actor and comedian Russell Brand was in court in London today. He did not enter a plea in his rape and sexual assault case. 4 women have accused him. He was granted bail but ordered to stay in the UK or US. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and it's Friday light, maybe, Sully?
Yeah, you wish. We've already had a couple of crashes this morning, most of it Friday light. But if you're on 405, you're not getting it. We've got about a 2.5-mile backup now out of Renton because of a crash up near 44th, right there by the VMAC. The left general purpose lane is blocked, and we're already up to 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, which on a Friday is about a 15-minute delay. Good news is it hasn't reached all the way back to 167, so the Valley Freeway's running pretty good at about 35 minutes. The other spot we have is down in the Olympia-Lacey area at Slater-Kinney. We've got a crash blocking the right lane on northbound I-5, already up to 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. But you'll pick up the pace because you really don't hit the brakes again all the way up until you get into Seattle. It's only 35 minutes from Federal Way. Coming down from the north end, nice and easy, 35 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Closets by Design. Custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Go to closetsbydesign.com to see the current specials or 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. At 6:04, police are investigating a shooting that injured an 8-year-old girl and a 76-year-old woman at a park in South Seattle.
According to investigators, a bullet grazed the little girl's jaw. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this and joins us live.
Yesterday evening at Beersheva Park in the Rainier Beach neighborhood, police say a suspect just started firing multiple gunshots from a vehicle. The 8-year-old was treated at the scene, then her parent drove her to a hospital. Police say the 76-year-old victim walked to a nearby fire station where medics treated her. Then she drove herself to Harborview Medical Center. Luckily, these were non-life-threatening injuries. There's no word on what started all this. No arrests so far.
Luke, thank you. We're learning more about a deadly stabbing in Pierce County. A 15-year-old is being charged as an adult for murder. Fox 13 Seattle says he's accused of stabbing his mom's boyfriend in the neck. Happened earlier this week at an apartment in Midland. The victim died at the hospital. The teen then told investigators he was scared, didn't mean to kill him. Court records say it started with an argument between the victim and the teen's mom. Yesterday, the teen pleaded not guilty. His mom asked the judge to let him go home with an ankle monitor. The judge said no and ordered him to stay in secure detention. His next court date set for May 19th.
Yesterday was May Day, and faculty and staff staged a walkout at all Seattle area community colleges. Their wages and state funding for higher education at issue. Here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
At exactly 10 o'clock, the walkout started at Seattle Central College. A crowd of more than 100 people gathered carrying signs and chanting. Union members supporting union members and standing up for each other on International Workers' Day. Here's union member J.P. Green.
They'll take everything they can from us. In all the union negotiations, they try to give us as little as possible, not even beating inflation. So we're actually losing money year after year.
Protesters say state lawmakers need to do more to fund higher education. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Nick, you just got a sour look on the face from Amanda. I don't think she liked your music selection.
You don't like the outfield?
It's not my favorite way to kick off a Friday morning, but that's okay.
All right.
I still love you.
You know,
that's a first.
My son loves the outfield. He uses Your Love as his walk-up song in baseball.
In baseball, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're not a fan.
It's just not my favorite.
Okay.
I prefer other songs.
Jeez.
Good morning.
Everybody's a critic.
Happy Friday.
Seattle's Morning News. It is Friday, so at least we got that going for us, Amanda.
I'm happy.
I guess.
Charlie, it just wasn't my favorite.
Okay. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Let's move on with our life.
Jonah is at the producer's desk filling in for David Burbank. One more day. David makes his triumphant return Monday.
Yes.
Katrina is at the editor's desk. Sully is here. What do you think of the outfield, Sully?
Well, I mean, I was usually put in center field.
Okay.
Usually, or sometimes I played left out.
Okay.
But,
but
all in
all,
all,
the bench.
Yeah.
The bench. All right. Well, this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. And coming up on this hour of the show,
the Washington State Legislature, as you know, passed a multi-million-dollar transportation levy. Our conversation with Senator Marco Lias about how it will affect your wallet.
And speaking of the outfield, the voice of the Mariners, Rick Riz, joins the show for his Friday segment.
Can't wait. It's now 6:08. The U.S. Department of Education has opened an investigation into Washington State's superintendent office. The department says our state's education agency may be forcing schools to allow boys to compete in girls' sports and use girls-only bathrooms. State Superintendent Chris Rakedahl tells KIRO News Radio's G and Ursula show he is not backing down.
We want to give them all the information we have to the federal government, make sure they understand that it's our state law that we're following, not some independent official's will here.
And the Department of Education says violations of Title IX could lead to termination of federal funding.
Some local Head Start providers are taking part in a national lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle the program.
Head Start is a federal program that provides comprehensive early childhood education, health, and nutrition services to low-income children and families. KIRO 7 TV reports the suit was filed against the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, accusing it of unlawfully implementing the DOJ and anti-DEIA executive orders by gutting the program of staff and resources. Among the plaintiffs, the Head Start Association of Washington State and the ACLU of Washington. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A 16-month-old baby taken from the home of her legal guardian in Bothell yesterday morning has been found safe. Cam Johnson with Bothell Police says the baby and her non-custodial mother were found in a trailer in Edmonds a few hours later. They had reason to believe the baby was in danger, but right now police are not giving specifics.
What I can tell you is what we knew was serious enough that all detectives, it was an all-hands-on-deck situation for our investigations team.
The mother was arrested. The baby was not hurt.
You might have smelled a little burnt coffee around Everett yesterday.
Everett Fire handled a response at a roasting facility on 75th Street Southwest. The fire was contained to a roaster. Nobody hurt. Thankfully, no major damage.
That's KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
Pizza, anyone? Tutabella is ramping up production at its facility in Soto. The Seattle-based pizza maker signed a contract with Kroger. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the deal was reached in early March. Tutabella will supply pizzas to 1,200 Kroger stores nationwide. Tutabella was founded in 2004, inspired by the founder's Italian grandmother and her disdain for American pizza.
Soon, drivers in the North Bend area will receive safety alerts from the Washington State Patrol. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors tells us more about this major advancement for roadway safety.
It's called Safety Cloud and sends real-time digital alerts to motorists when emergency vehicles are near them. Spokesperson Haley Shipman explains how it works.
What this transponder does is it alerts the Washington roadway users of either oncoming troopers or troopers up ahead stopped on the side of the road.
The hope is this will give drivers more time to move over or at least slow down at the scene of an incident. Automatic warnings will appear on the Waze and Apple Maps apps and newer vehicle dashboards. State Patrol plans to test this system in the North Bend area starting in June. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Well, it's happened again. Someone vandalized the statue of Seattle's most famous clown, and fans are not laughing. The official website for JP Patches says someone painted over the face of the clown's statue in Fremont. The statue, of course, honors the longtime kids show star who brought joy on KIRO TV from 1958 to 1981. Now, his painted-on smile is gone. Fans are raising money to restore it. One supporter tells Fox 13, "We take this seriously, even if it is a clown." The Fremont Sunday Market may even host a parade to help pay for the fix. No word yet if police are investigating.
A dog in Roy is living his best life at nearly 10 years old after beating cancer twice. Rainier the Akita was part of a clinical trial testing a new cancer vaccine for dogs. KIRO 7 News says the vaccine came from a Yale researcher and was tested here in Washington. Rainier had surgery, chemo, and then the vaccine. It gave him months of good health until the cancer spread to his lung. So his owner reached out to Yale again and got a booster. And on the latest x-rays, there's no cancer. It's all still experimental, but Rainier's story gives a lot of pet owners hope.
Actually, he has an Insta, Akita does.
No.
Oh my gosh, what a beautiful dog.
That's great. I mean, think about how far science has come.
Rainier.
We've got Rainier the Akita lasting a couple more years, healthy life.
I love it.
Got a vaccine for cancer.
Very nice.
Remarkable. Okay, it's 6:12. Let's check the forecast now. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Beautiful day on tap. A couple degrees cooler than yesterday. By the way, yesterday, warmest day of the year so far.
The French doors were open to the patio. Fresh air was coming in. It was fabulous.
Yeah, it was nice. High of 68 in the forecast today. Clouds, a chance of showers tomorrow. 50-50 odds is what they're saying. 56 for our high. We bounce back on Sunday, mostly sunny. and 61. Right now in Seattle, we have clear skies and 53 at 6:13.
And time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We have some things to talk about, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, we do. The good news is, though, that the two issues that we talked about 10 minutes ago have just cleared. So that's good. It's still pretty heavy on northbound 405 up past 44th, getting into the Newcastle area out of Renton because of this crash we had blocking the left lane right there by the VMAC, the Seahawks practice facility, but it's now over on the right-hand shoulder. Still have about a 3-mile backup to deal with, but it's getting better from north to south. 35 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. That's about 15 minutes slower than you might have expected on a Friday. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we are running just under 40 minutes, so that's good. Now down to the Lacey area. The crash we had approaching Sleater Kinney is out of the way. It's over on the right-hand shoulder. Just a little bit of hesitation past it and back down to 35 minutes to get you up into Tacoma. And Federal Way to Seattle's running under 40 minutes, so definitely a fast Friday there, or Friday light. Coming down from the north end, we're still doing really well, though there are some brake lights on southbound I-5 getting away from the Marysville area. Overall, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Katrina Gishard is at the editor's desk.
Boating season starts tomorrow, and while we've had some warmer weather lately, folks eager to jump in the water may want to think twice. KIRO Newsradio meteorologist Ted Beener tells us.
That cold water immersion issue, same thing as if you were walking into a cold shower, you gasp, and instead of taking air, you're taking in water. So wear that life jacket.
Experts say the number of drownings have gone up due to warmer weather earlier in the season. Starting today, the Seattle Waterfront Shuttle will start running daily. It will run from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Each bus has about 20 seats, and you can catch one about every 15 minutes. You can jump on the shuttle at the Space Needle, Pioneer Square, King Street Station, and the China International District. It will stop at attractions like the Aquarium, Pike Place Market, and Coleman Dock. The service will run until September.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, the state legislature passed a multi-billion-dollar transportation revenue package during the recently wrapped-up session in Olympia, one many lawmakers referred to as grueling. This plan is anchored by a 6-cent increase in the state's gas tax. The Senate Transportation Budget Writer is Senator Marco Lias, and he is with us now on Seattle's Morning News. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Thanks for spending some time. Senator, this is the first gas tax hike in Washington in nearly a decade. Why now? Are we really in that big a hole? Republicans would say rein in spending.
You know, we worked in a bipartisan way in the Senate to try and really look at what would it look like to pass a budget with no new revenue. And we actually released that to the public a month or so ago. And what it showed was with the resources we have in transportation, every new project would have to be delayed. And we'd have to make cuts to the state patrol, state ferries, other critical agencies, because unfortunately, the gas tax just isn't keeping up with inflation in the economy. The gas tax is a flat fixed rate. As costs go up, unfortunately, it doesn't keep up. And it is our dedicated revenue source for transportation. So when we looked at what that new taxes, that all cuts budget would look like, it just was too devastating to our infrastructure. So we worked together, Democrats and Republicans, to chart a modest increase that will help us pay for ferries, for state patrol, for maintenance of our roads, and to keep all of our major investments going.
I want to bring in Chris Sullivan, hands down the best traffic and transportation reporter around, because he has a few thoughts on transportation issues.
Yeah, Marco, Senator Lias, you talk about the lack of the gas tax not going the way it used to. Why has there never really been any serious discussion other than one hearing of the road usage charge? That seems to be something that could be more equitable and can be sustainable going forward.
My commitment was to work in a bipartisan way. My ranking member on the committee is Republican Curtis King from Yakima. And so we looked at all the different potential revenue tools together. And I will tell you, our Republican colleagues have a couple of concerns about the road usage charge. First, some privacy concerns. How do we track the mileage? How do we make sure that privacy is protected? And then also for their rural drivers, a sense that in the rural parts of the state, folks have to drive longer distances to reach the same destinations that folks in urban or suburban areas do. So those were this session kind of some of the the real objections. And so that's why we looked at the tools that were already in the toolbox, like the gas tax, as a way to solve the challenge we've had in front of us.
Obviously, the gas tax got most of the attention, but we're talking about all kinds of increases in fees. A tire replacement fee from $1 to $5, an increase every 3 years in fees for new IDs and driver's license. Republicans, of course, have said this is just way too much for working class families. How do you respond?
Well, first of all, we worked in a bipartisan way. We actually, a quarter of our Senate Republicans voted for the package. So we tried to do this in a balanced way together, and also look at places where fees aren't adjusted because of inflation. And as costs go up, we wanted to make sure that those fees keep up. All of our transportation fees are dedicated to preserving our roads, to supporting the state patrol, to other critical transportation purposes. So we want them to sort of keep up with costs because they're paying for the costs of our transportation systems. That was the main philosophy. We also looked at some newer fees and taxes that don't impact middle class drivers. We put a luxury tax in place, for example, on private planes, on vehicles over $100,000. So we were trying to think about how can we support the system without putting all of the burden on the shoulders of working class folks, and tried to balance all the competing interests. I don't want to pay more either. There was a 9-cent gas tax increase proposed in the House. We really felt firmly that something more modest was needed at this time, so we landed on that 6-cent increase. So trying to really focus on minimizing the ask to commuters out there, but also recognize that if we don't fix potholes, that's causing people new tires, dings in their windshield, the roughness of our roads. There's actually a study that shows it contributes to accidents when the road is in poor condition. So we're paying one way or we're paying another. We're trying to make sure that we pay for good things, pay for maintained roads, if that's our priority.
How do we fix our fish issue? I know we're $5 billion is hard to find, but it has to get done. I know there's mediation underway, but how do we fix that? I know there were some ideas of maybe shifting that money to, a different fund to get it out of Transpo, that maybe that would allow us a little bit more flexibility. How do we tackle this issue?
Yeah, this is one where we have not just a legal obligation, but I think really a moral responsibility to make sure that our salmon and orca are thriving here. Transportation has been a part of the problem in terms of blocking our fish-bearing streams with infrastructure, so we need to repair that. We're right now in active mediation with our tribal partners to figure out how to do the final stretch of that work in a way that's both cost effective for taxpayers, but also delivers real value. We're on track to clear most of the large barriers. What's left is kind of smaller ones that are maybe upstream or that are blocked by others. And we need to figure it out with our tribal partners how to make sure we get the most value for the investment we're making. We also need to have a conversation with our capital budget writers about, are there other ways that we can pay for this? And, we don't have a complete answer this year. We sort of started that dialogue, and we're going to keep working on it until we get to a good answer.
Got another question for you, one that I get an awful lot from our listeners, tying back to, old news here with the CCA, the Climate Commitment Act, and looking at ways maybe to dedicate those funds specifically to the multimodal, and maybe being able to dedicate that money to those things while maybe keeping the other transpo budget money towards roads and maintenance, which so desperately need it. How do you balance those two, or can you even use the CCA money for that as we go forward?
That's a great point. And our Climate Commitment Act dollars and transportation really are focused on transit, on improving bike pedestrian connections, and on doing the fleet and vessel electrification and conversion. Those are the things we know are going to reduce carbon emissions, but they're also going to lead to better quality of life. Part of what it pays for is our Kids Ride Free program. So families across the state can, save the expense of paying for that extra set of fares. Their young people can ride our buses for free, ride our ferries for free, things like that. So it's helping reduce costs for families, but also encourage young people to use transit service. I hear from a lot of parents who don't have to ferry their kids to games and activities because they've now got that free transit pass, and kids can use that instead, which is adding convenience as well. We did this year make a couple of modest changes. We are going to fund some of the multimodal elements of a couple of our large projects. So on the North Spokane corridor, there's a significant trail improvement being made as a part of that project, the Children of the Sun Trail. pretty expensive, and we're using Climate Commitment Act dollars to cover that multimodal element of that project. It's helping relieve the overall project costs, so the Climate Commitment Act can help us in some places balance the costs of these large projects. But for the main of it, we're focusing the Climate Commitment Act on reducing emissions, getting people to walk and bike and use transit and switch to non-emitting vehicles. That's the main purpose of it, and that's been our primary focus.
Senator Marco Leos, Senate Transportation Budget Writer, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we are looking at a pretty good drive.
Sullivan.
It's okay.
Who?
Yeah. You know, that guy. We're looking at a pretty good drive with the exception of one spot, and it's the northbound 405 corridor from Renton on up into Bellevue. We have brake lights still kind of dissipating after an earlier crash right near 44th as you come up out of Renton. Still have about 35 minutes to go from Renton to Bellevue, but it's getting better. So that's about 10 or 15 minutes slower than you might have expected. And then there is some spillover now onto the Valley Freeway from 180th on in. So you should plan on 20 minutes to make the drive from Auburn to Renton and 40 from Puyallup. We're all clear getting through the the Olympia area. Some brake lights up Nisqually, but overall we're at 38 minutes to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle is under 40, which is great. Coming down from the north end, just a little bit of braking past Marysville, then a little bit away from the Everett Mall down towards Alderwood, and then not too bad the rest of the way. 35 to 38 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's Friday, and it's going to be another beautiful day. Mostly sunny for the bulk of the day. Might see a few clouds roll in late. High today of 68. Clouding up for tomorrow. Just the slightest chance of showers, depending on where you are. We'll be in the mid-50s, and then right back to mostly sunny skies on Sunday with a high of 61. It's 53 in Seattle right now.
They're the hottest team in baseball. Rick Riz joins the show to talk about the Mariners. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Why are we even looking at new taxes? We don't want any new taxes.
Can we just get a state income tax and we just make it easy? How long are we going to keep doing this? We're 49th. We're the 49th most regressively taxed state. I know you're all tired of hearing that, but we're sitting here, we're picking and choosing. We're trying to get money from Peter to pay Paul. This is exhausting.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee whether day and night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Are you looking for a new treat? Ivers has opened its new Clam Digger Cafe on Pier 54 in the new Seattle Waterfront Park. Just walk into acres of clams and take a seat. No need to make a reservation nor wait for a table. Order off the new menu featuring new appetizers and shareables like pretzel and beer cheese bites, crab and shrimp empanadas, a fried clam po' boy, or Ivers margarita prawns. You can still get Ivers favorites, including wild Alaskan true cod fish and chips, calamari, Seattle's favorite clam chowder, grilled salmon or halibut, or a seafood Cobb salad. Enjoy it all while you watch the ferries, fireboats, and container ships, or be entertained by gulls feasting on French fries outside the windows. Try the Ivers' new Clam Digger Cafe on Pier 54 on your next visit to Seattle's new waterfront. Find more details about the Clam Digger Cafe at ivers.com. That's ivers.com.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Discover one of the new inventions in home comfort with mini split systems from Home Comfort Alliance. Enjoy efficient heating and cooling, saving energy and reducing utility bills. Call now for a free consultation and get 18 months same as cash financing. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. A woman and child were shot at Beersheba Park in Seattle's Rainier Beach neighborhood last night.
KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibaum has this report from the scene.
Police say the shooter sped off right after those shots were fired, but detectives couldn't share a description of the car. Witnesses told KIRO 7, though, that people immediately ran for cover. Police closed down the park and the boat launch for this investigation for a couple of hours. Now, police are still searching for that shooter. They're not sure how many people were involved or were inside that car, but we do know that the 8-year-old was taken to the hospital by her father.
The 76-year-old woman took herself to Harborview. They both are expected to be okay.
Washington U.S. Senator Patty Murray is warning about a shock to the nation's supply chain. She says it's already being seen at ports up and down the West Coast where less cargo is coming in.
Less cargo at our ports means less goods for our truckers to transport. And that ultimately means bare shelves for our retailers and the American consumer.
Ports of Seattle and Tacoma expect shipments to plummet by 40% later this month amid the ongoing trade war, and analysts warn of supply chain problems that haven't been seen since the height of COVID.
Gamers may notice their wallets a bit lighter. Microsoft is raising Xbox prices on consoles, controllers, and games because of market conditions and higher development costs. Como 4 notes tariffs on imported tech could be playing a role too. Xbox consoles are made in China. China was hit hard, of course, by tariffs under President Donald Trump. The Series S jumped by $80, the Series X up by $100. Even games now cost $79 instead of $69.
Seattle's Pike Place Market is known for local goods, but some vendors there are feeling that global pressure. New tariffs are rising costs on things they import, like shea butter or mushrooms from Tibet. Como spoke to several vendors. One says mushrooms rose 25% just this week. Another says they're bracing for their next shipment and unsure of how they'll afford it. It's happening right as summer travel and the cruise season kicks in, which usually brings a big boost. Now it's extra stress. Some vendors say they're turning to domestic sources, but not everything can be made in the U.S.
It's now 6:33, and time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And the travel times are starting to come back down now that we've cleared a couple of crashes. The biggest one was on northbound 405. Right as you got up to 44th there by the VMAC, we've got about a 25-minute drive now from Renton to Bellevue. So we've picked up about 15 minutes in the last little bit. So that's certainly positive. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're looking at close to 40 minutes because there is some spillover at the very north end. Olympia to Tacoma is only running 35 minutes, and Federal Way to Seattle's up to about 40 now, with 25 of those minutes from South Center. Those are all pretty much wins for the day. Coming down for the north end, we're under 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Now, for all my good friends coming down, say, through Stanwood, big change on I-5 happened overnight, and you're probably experiencing it now for the first time. Remember a couple weeks ago in Choke Points, there's Fish Passage project going on right there south of SR 532. The new bypass lanes for southbound 5 went active this morning, so now you jog over to the right and are going to be on bypass lanes through that construction zone. The northbound bypass lanes will open a little bit later on this month. Already seeing a little bit of slowing in that area, but that's a change that's going to be with us for the rest of the year. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
High 68 today, sunny. Tomorrow it'll be cloudy, a chance of showers, highs in the mid-50s, bounce back to the low 60s, and partly sunny on Sunday. Right now it is 50 in Seattle at 6:35.
And it's time for the opening bell. It's brought to you by the Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds.
And a better than expected jobs report and steady rate for unemployment are out from the Labor Department. 177,000 new net jobs were created in April. Unemployment stayed at 4.2%. Wages dropped slightly, and analysts say uncertainty over tariffs and trade negotiations will probably have the Federal Reserve foregoing a rate hike in the May meeting.
And checking Wall Street, stocks are higher this morning on that jobs news. Dow up about 454 points right now. S&P up 65 and NASDAQ up 221.
Now a word for KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, the Seattle Mariners are kind of hot right now. Have you noticed?
They're sizzling.
Yes, they are. Riding a scorching hot streak that has them atop the AL West with an 18-12 record.
And joining us for his weekly chat, Seattle Mariners play-by-play announcer Rick Riz. Rick, you got to just be walking on sunshine right now.
Oh, Charlie and Manda, this is absolutely amazing what this club has done, and nobody thought the offense was going to be this great. It's all about, the starting pitching, and there's been issues there, without Logan Gilbert right now and George Kirby, but the offense has been absolutely incredible. So the Mariners find themselves after the first month of the season on top of the American League West, and they're powered by the offense. Jorge Polanco has been red hot, and everybody else has really contributed. So it's a lot of fun to watch this baseball team, and once they give the ball to Andres Munoz, the game is pretty much over. So, yeah, they're the hottest team in baseball since April the 9th. Manda and Charlie, the ball club has gone 14-4. That's the best record in the major leagues.
That's just wild. Talk more about Jorge Polanco. He's been amazing.
He really has, Manda. I mean, he was going to be the starting third baseman at the beginning of the year, but he's coming off knee surgery. He was injured last year, so he had a rough season last year because of the injuries. He also, I think, had a hamstring issue. So now he comes back healthy at spring training. He's going to be a starting third baseman, but then he has an issue, with the knee and the side, and he can only hit left-handed. So they put him at the DH spot. But they were able to do that because Ben Williamson comes up, a rookie, and makes his major league debut on April the 15th, and he starts hitting. He was known for his defense, but he starts hitting like crazy. So that allowed Polanco to, be healthy, swing from the left side of the plate, and do what he's doing. But right now, timing is everything, whether it's baseball or in business or anything you do. But his timing is as great as a Swiss watch right now because he's getting to the ball out in front of the plate. He's driving the ball like crazy onto the ballpark, line drives all over the place. The baseball must look like a grapefruit to him right now, but he's been unbelievable. Hopefully it continues.
Rick, we are early in the season still, and, let's just wait for the long term here. But we have seen some guys banged up this season so far, but we've overcome that injury adversity. This seems unusual for Mariners teams past, for sure. They keep slugging along.
Yeah, that's a great point. We've talked about it the last 2 weeks because, you start off the season without George Kirby, but Emerson Hancock starts off the season and has a rough outing in his 2025 debut. He goes down to the minor leagues, and we try a few other guys, but then Emerson Hancock comes back, and he's been outstanding now in his last 3 outings. Logan Gilbert goes down, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. We call up the kid, Logan Evans, who makes his major league debut. I'm just smiling ear to ear right now. What he did, a few days ago, against, I think it was the Angels, and he was tremendous, the Marlins, and won that game in his debut. So guys have been able to step up. Like I said, Ben Williamson over at third base. That allows Polanco to be the designated hitter. Other guys have been hurt. We lost Victor Robles early in the season, and Ryan Bliss, 2 key guys in the starting lineup coming out of spring training. But Dylan Moore goes out there and plays right field, second base, and shortstop, and takes off. And so it's been a lot of fun. Miles Mastroboni steps in, and now Luke Raley is down. So you got a bunch of guys on the injured list right now. Robles, Bliss, Kirby, Gilbert, Moore, Luke Raley. But other guys have come up from the minor leagues or stepped up. J.P. Crawford is unbelievable in the number 9 spot, now leading off. Julio's starting to hit now, and so Dan Wilson has done an amazing job with this baseball team as have many coaches to put the ball club where they are right now.
Before we let you go, just what are we watching for with the Rangers tonight?
Yeah, the Rangers, a little bit of a struggle. They lost yesterday to the A's, so they lost the last couple of ball games. They've lost 7 of their last 10. They're 16-16, but they're still the Texas Rangers. They're getting Jack Leiter back, one of their best young pitchers. And Woo's going tonight, Manda, for the Mariners. He's been outstanding all season long. So they can score a lot of runs. They can get hot. So I look for a good series beginning tonight here in Texas to start the road trip, 3 here in Texas. And then we go to Sacramento to play the A's. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. But I think the Mariners are going to stay on a roll because of the offense. The pitching has been outstanding, and I think it's going to be a fun night here in Dallas.
Rick Riz, hear him tonight on 710 Seattle Sports. Thanks, Rick.
All right, Charlie. Thank you, Manda.
Go Mariners. Take care.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
6:43. Let's head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And not exactly a Friday light everywhere today. We've got really heavy braking up the Renton area, up the Renton S-curves, up past 44th because of an earlier crash we had there. Still 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, so slower than you might have expected this early as you work your way up that corridor. Behind that, we do have brake lights in Auburn and some at the north end, so we're going to put it at about 25 minutes out of Auburn and 45 from Puyallup, which again is about 10 minutes slower than a typical Friday light. Olympia to Tacoma, seeing heavier brake lights through Lacey, now up through DuPont, 40 minutes into Tacoma. And Federal Way to Seattle's a little higher than you might expect as well, 45 minutes on that drive. Coming down from the north end, though, a much different story. It is definitely a fast Friday out of Snohomish County. Few brake lights away from Linwood, but overall, we've got a nice and easy 35 to 40 minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges look great. 16 looks fine. 18 over Tiger Mountain, starting to pick up a little bit of braking as you work your way through the construction zone at I-90. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Can't wait to open all the windows again this afternoon and watch some baseball. It's going to be sunny, pushing 70 for your Friday. For tomorrow, we'll cloud up, 56 the high, but back to mostly sunny skies on Sunday and 61. Right now, sunshine and 53 in the city.
And Katrina Gashard joins us from the news desk.
Head Start providers across the country are suing the Trump administration, saying it illegally gutted the program of staff and resources. Head Start provides comprehensive early childhood education, health, and nutrition services to low-income children and families. KIRO 7 TV reports the Head Start Association of Washington State and the ACLU of Washington are among the plaintiffs. The Health and Human Services Department is not commenting, citing ongoing litigation, according to the New York Times. Cinema is coming back to the historic Port Gamble Theater for the first time in nearly 7 decades. Back in 2011, the Port Gamble Theater was revived as a live performance space, and now they're bringing the vintage movies back to the community.
Somewhere over the rainbow,
The 1939 classic, The Wizard of Oz, will play on May 17th with 2 showings. You can buy tickets on the theater's website.
Okay, Katrina, thank you. Coming up, KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey breaks down the naked truth
about
gardening in the buff.
No, really.
Gardening in the buff.
He will explain coming up.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather. new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends, Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Parango and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Nearly everyone wants to grow old in their own home. Yet, according to research conducted by Stanford University, 70% of Americans will not achieve this goal, despite having done a lot of retirement planning. Now, why does this happen? Hi, I'm Rajiv Nagaich, an elder law attorney who's been studying this phenomena for the last 20 plus years. The problem isn't the planning that you do. The problem is what you haven't been told. That's why retirement becomes a nightmare. Now, if you're wondering what you haven't been told, come to one of my retirement seminars this month. I'll shine the spotlight in all the dark corners so you can retire with confidence.
Join the free seminar in Federal Way on May 13th, Tacoma on May 15th, or Bellevue on May 17th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
Head to Nisqually Red Wind Casino in May during the Lucky Run giveaway. You could win big with a dealership credit and more. Free entries every Friday and Saturday. Bonus entries for military VIPs and those 50 plus. Nisqually Red Wind Casino is the South Sound's premier destination. Voted best casino, best host, best promotions, and best for fun. Players can always get in on the action with specials and dining discounts at their casual or fine dining restaurants. More details at redwindcasino.com. Only at Nisqually Red Wind Casino, your VIP here.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
6:49. Maybe you've heard the term barefoot in the garden, or how about bare as a tree without fruit?
Well, those might have a whole new meaning after you hear this.
Because Seattle has been ranked the second best city in the country for naked gardening.
Second best? I'm disappointed.
We're number 2.
All right, tomorrow it happens to be World Naked Gardening Day. Did you know?
I did not know this, but you know who does.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey, and he's here with the naked truth.
And I'm here. Starting out with a question I have to ask.
I have not ever gardened naked.
No weeding in the buff or gardening au natural?
No, sir.
No. Okay, well, all right, we'll move on then. We'll get back to that.
Tell us about the people who do.
Hey, Seattle, apparently a lot of people do. Seattle is the second best, though, when it comes to naked gardening, according to the lawn company Lawn Starter. I asked their editor, Jeff Herman, what is the deal with naked gardening?
Well, when you think back to Adam and Eve, it's all about being naked in the Garden of Eden. And I guess some people continue to think that that's the best way to garden, is to garden in your skin.
So Lawn Starter, they started ranking the cities years ago as a way to drum up business, just a marketing ploy, really. But then it's taken on a life of its own. Every year they look at 500 cities using 11 different metrics like the weather forecast and nude gardener friendliness, which are things like, is public nudity legal in your area? And what's the average number of Google searches for naked gardening or naked gardening day? And speaking of Naked Gardening Day, the founder of World Naked Gardening Day.
You don't get to say that very often.
Nope, that's why I wrote it. The founder lives right here in the Seattle area. Mark Story is a professor of philosophy and a huge advocate for naked gardening.
Most people actually kind of enjoy being one with the soil. And to remove the clothes while we're doing it, it actually is a healthy thing. It's healthy intellectually. It's healthy socially.
Yeah, it really can be, I think, for a lot of people. This is something that really connects them to nature or themselves or other people. They have something in common. You know, we hear about the naked Fremont bicycle ride every year.
Another thing I don't do.
Right. But, it's interesting. So let's ask this, though. So what other cities do you think made the top 5 here in gardening?
It's got to be someplace sunny, right?
San Francisco, Austin, Phoenix.
Close. Okay, Austin was number 3 behind us. Number 1, Miami.
Oh.
Number 4, Atlanta. So hot weather. That's good.
Okay.
And number 5, I don't think you'll get this one, but
Minneapolis.
Asheville, Minneapolis. No. Asheville, North Carolina.
That was my next guess.
So I still, you guys are kind of quiet here. I still feel a little apprehension. Maybe, you're not, I've heard, no, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
That's crazy. A little
That's correct.
skeptical. So Mark Story has some words of encouragement for you and for listeners out there who might be thinking, I'm never going to do this.
Whatever your comfort level is, with friends, with family, by yourself, if you can give it a try, I am willing to bet money that you're going to walk away thinking that was pretty cool.
And Sully, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you right now.
I will take my shoes off. That's my line.
No.
What?
You get all that dirt on your feet.
You wouldn't even take your shoes off?
No.
No, I like my toes in the grass.
Okay, but what if you're gardening in the soil?
That's a little dirty.
Well, that's the thing, though, is barefoot in the soil. A lot of people will actually bury I heard this from a producer right outside. I think it's called grounding. I think that makes sense, right? One with nature. It kind of brings you back to nature.
I guess it's like burying yourself on the beach in the sand.
Right.
Sully looks like he thinks this is some hippie nonsense.
He's been quiet this whole time.
Well, it's because, hey, do it with your friends or your family, or you're by yourself. Yeah. No.
Well, I mean,
seriously, nobody wants to see this with a trowel in his hand.
With a trowel.
With a trowel.
In his hand.
Yeah.
Let me just one more thing. I'll just say this though.
Nick is done with this conversation.
Lawn Starter wants everyone to remind everyone that whether you are Sully gardening naked or not, never operate a lawnmower
or a weed whacker.
Yeah,
or
weed
a weed
whacker.
whacker. None of that. None of that.
All right.
No.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luke.
I think.
Awesome.
All right, Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Where I am one with the road.
And fully clothed.
Not one with the soil.
Gotcha.
As all of our drivers are, one with the road.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, because it's rough out there on a couple of spots. Northbound I-5.
And
really
you better be
struggling.
dressed.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's also, you cannot drive naked. I'm pretty sure that's probably an issue. Looking at northbound I-5, really slow past Boeing Field into downtown. We're getting closer to a half an hour now to go from South Center into downtown, which puts us closer to 45 to 50 minutes to make that drive from Federal Way. Renton to Bellevue's a half an hour. We had an earlier crash up near 44th. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, 40 minutes as well. Olympia to Tacoma, a matching 40 coming down from the north end. Wow, 40 is a popular number. That's what we have from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue with brake lights away from Linwood. So we're certainly not a Friday light so far. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be a lovely day to garden, fully clothed or naked. Sunshine pushing 74 today. We'll cloud up tomorrow in 56, but back to the sunshine on Sunday with a high of 61.
I really just can't even read some of the comments we're getting on the comment line,
No.
I don't recommend it.
Lawn Starter got their free advertising, didn't they?
They sure did. Yeah. Coming up, we have more of the day's top stories. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News this Friday on KIRO News Radio.
She's local.
I grew up in Olympia.
She's experienced.
I've been very lucky to be in Seattle for 23 years.
Now, Manda Factor is home on KIRO News Radio.
This is where I want to be. It's where I've always wanted to be.
Experience matters. Experience for yourself. Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. Every morning 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Unleash your best self with a hot spring spa from Olympic Hot Tub, featuring the Freshwater IQ Salt System, healthy saltwater soaks, and a tub that tests your water. Save up to $3,800. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How how does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
It's Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, here to tell you the right way to choose a roofer. And it's not by choosing the lowest bid. Just comparing numbers? Terrible idea. A low price doesn't tell you if the job will be done right, and it definitely doesn't tell you anything about the contractor. Instead, treat hiring a roofer like a job interview. Ask them, why did my old roof fail early? What's the right solution for me, and why? Have you been around for at least 10 years? A new roof is a huge investment, and the job shouldn't go to the lowest bidder. It should go to the most qualified. At RoofSmart, we've got over a decade of experience, a team of more than 50 full-time pros, and real answers, not just numbers. Plus, we're certified, insured, and properly licensed. We'd love to apply for your roofing job. Call 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com today. That's 206-487-4877 or online at GetRoofSmart.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Wallace. President Trump is taking aim at Harvard University again. He announced on social media he's taking away the school's tax-exempt status. CBS's Stacey Lynn.
The move comes just weeks after the president froze more than $2 billion in federal funding for the school. Since taking office for a second term, he's targeted major U.S. universities, saying higher education has been gripped by anti-Semitic, anti-American, Marxist, and radical left ideologies.
Does Trump have that power? Here's CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
There are specific legal grounds that give the IRS the power to revoke tax-exempt status. But it's important to remember that ideological bias or controversial speech in and of itself should not be a reason to lose tax-exempt status.
In a statement, Harvard says there is no legal basis to rescind its tax-exempt status. On Wall Street, stocks have opened higher on a better-than-expected jobs report for April. 177,000 jobs were added. Stephen Janot is a senior economist at Bank of America.
It's a very solid report. You know, there were concerns after ADP earlier in the week came in a little bit soft that we would see a disappointment, but we actually got an above consensus number in terms of jobs added.
The unemployment rate held steady at 4.2%. President Trump has signed an executive order cutting funding for PBS and NPR. Frank Sesno, a professor at the George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs, says public media play a vital role.
A tremendous amount of what is done through public broadcasting, especially in smaller and more rural communities, is vital local programming. It may be the only reporter comes from one of those stations who attends the school board meeting or the city council meeting or the town council meeting and then reports back to the community.
Trump accuses NPR and PBS of bias reporting. Actor and comedian Ruth Buzzi has died. She was perhaps best known as a regular cast member on the TV show Laughing.
I had Thanksgiving dinner at a famous surgeon's house, and it was disgusting. After he carved the turkey, he removed his liver and onions.
Buzzy told CBS in 2003 about playing the bitter, purse-wielding spinster Gladys Ormsby.
It was just fun. It was a fun, easy character to do.
She also appeared on The Monkees, That Girl, and Love, American Style. Ruth Buzzy was 88. It could be a messy Kentucky Derby tomorrow. Reporter Ed Peak is in Louisville.
If it rains Saturday, and there is a 70% chance, the track surface could be listed as muddy or sloppy. 4 of the 20 horses have raced on off tracks, with Cole Battle winning 3 times.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we're starting the 7 o'clock hour with a little bit of improvement. Our travel times are coming down a little bit, but it's not exactly a Friday light across the board. We do have heavy brake lights through the Renton S curves and about a 30-minute trip to get you up into Bellevue, but it's getting a little bit better. By the time you get up to about 30th, it really eases off. And behind that on the Valley Freeway, the spillover is not as severe as it was 10 minutes ago. Overall, you should plan on about 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton just to make sure. 45 is what we have from Federal Way to Seattle. Brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge are starting to intensify. It's 25 minutes from South Center. Behind that, we have over 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. It's pretty heavy through Nisqually, and then working your way up through the construction zone as you work your way into DuPont. Coming down from the north end, nice and easy, just a little bit of congestion here and there. I mean, just a little yellow on the map, nothing more. Give yourself about 38 minutes from Everett into Bellevue and 35 from Everett to Seattle. The lake bridges look really good. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. Police are investigating a shooting that injured an 8-year-old girl and a 76-year-old woman at a park in South Seattle last night.
According to investigators, a bullet grazed that little girl's jaw. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Happened yesterday evening at Beersheba Park in Rainier Beach neighborhood. Police say a suspect just started firing multiple gunshots from a vehicle. The 8-year-old was treated at the scene, then her parent drove her to the hospital. Police say the 76-year-old victim walked to a nearby fire station where medics treated her. Then she drove herself to Harborview Medical Center. Luckily, these were non-life-threatening injuries. There's no word on what started all this. No arrests either.
Luke, thank you. Faculty and staff at Seattle Community Colleges staged a walkout as part of May Day yesterday. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was at Seattle Central College on Capitol Hill.
Faculty members and staff walked out right at 10 o'clock at Seattle Central College. Faculty and staff at every Seattle Community College is taking part. Teacher Helena Ribeiro says they are being threatened and need to stand up for students.
We're being threatened with budget cuts at the colleges and furloughs, and those not only hurt the workers, they hurt our students as well.
People holding signs and chanting also protested against the Trump tariffs, ICE, and RFK Jr. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Fremont's iconic clown statue has been defaced. The official website for JP Patches says someone painted over the face of the clown and his sidekick Gertrude. Supporters tell Fox 13 the statues are not just fun, it's history. JP Patches was a TV fixture here in Seattle for decades on KIRO 7 TV. Now fans are fundraising for a restoration. One idea, a clown-themed parade through the Fremont Sunday Market later this month. A lot of people in Seattle grew up with JP Patches, and they say he deserves better than this.
7:06.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Great to have you here. Manda, I think I'm probably the youngest you can be and still remember watching JP Patches on Channel 7.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm 50.
I love JP.
I remember watching him in 1980, 81.
Yeah.
And then he retired, went off to the city dump Sunset.
I love that statue, and I hope they can raise enough money to fix it back up.
For sure. Well, I'm Charlie. That's Manda. Sully is watching the roads, getting ready for the weekend. Jonah is our producer today, filling in for David Burbank, who returns Monday.
And Katrina Gishard is at the editor's desk. She'll have all your top local and national headlines throughout the morning.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up this hour, a major shakeup inside the Trump administration. President Trump has removed National Security Advisor Mike Waltz following a high-profile leak involving sensitive military plans shared over the Signal app. Questions swirling about national security and internal discipline. We're going to hear from CBS's Jeff McCausland once again for expert insight on what this means for the White House.
And at 7:47, G. Scott stops by. I have a noisy question for him.
A noisy question.
I've brought props.
And I have tried to pry this out of you, and you're not giving it up.
Well, you should probably watch it on YouTube live. We are streaming there. Or
I'll be here.
Over on mynorthwest.com. See, there are
too.
other people, too, who can watch it.
Yes.
It is 7:08 here on Seattle's Morning News.
Some of the top stories this morning. A 16-month-old girl taken from a Bothell home yesterday morning has been found safe. Cam Johnson with Bothell Police says officers pinged a cell phone all morning and tracked the baby and her non-custodial mother to a trailer in Edmonds.
We had good reason to believe that the baby was at risk, was in danger, and we just wanted to find the baby as quickly as possible.
The mother was taken into custody. No one was hurt.
Washington's top education agency is under federal scrutiny. U.S. Department of Education is investigating if the state forced schools to hide students' gender identities from parents. State Superintendent of Public Instruction Chris Rakedahl tells KIRO Newsradio's G and Ursula.
They really want to attack transgender kids, and that's what the whole goal of this is for them.
Rakedahl says the Education Department is distorting laws meant to protect students and turning them into mandated discrimination.
Head Start providers across the country are suing the Trump administration, saying it illegally gutted the program of staff and resources. Head Start provides comprehensive early childhood education, health, and nutrition services to low-income children and families. KIRO 7 TV reports the Head Start Association of Washington State and the ACLU of Washington are among the plaintiffs. The Health and Human Services Department is not commenting, citing ongoing litigation, according to the New York Times.
Seattle's Tutabella is picking up production at its Soto facility. The pizza maker signed a contract with Kroger in March. That's QFC and Fred Meyer around here. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the deal covers 1,200 stores nationwide. It'll expand into 40 states when production is up to speed.
The Washington State Patrol is introducing a new safety alert system to warn drivers of approaching first responders. Project manager Haley Shipman explains how Safety Cloud works.
What this transponder does is it alerts the Washington roadway users of either oncoming troopers or troopers up ahead stopped on the side of the road.
Alerts will automatically go out through certain map apps and vehicle dashboards, giving drivers an early warning to move over and slow down. State Patrol plans to give this a test run in the North Bend area starting in June.
A couple of heavily traveled bridges will close this weekend. Will this affect you? KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors details both as we look ahead to weekend road work around the region.
Drivers between Everett and Marysville, brace yourselves for a major disruption to your commute with the closure of northbound State Route 529 at the Steamboat Slough. This is a whopping 4-day closure starting tonight at 11 p.m. through 11 p.m. Tuesday, while crews repair sections of the 98-year-old bridge. Now, drivers will still be able to access Smith Island northbound, but you'll need to exit on southbound 529 during this lengthy closure. Plan on extra traffic on northbound I-5 through Everett and consider alternate routes or driving during non-peak hours. Our other bridge closure isn't nearly as bad. The Montlake Bridge will shut down Saturday between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. for the opening day of boating season in Seattle. This is when it's good to have friends who own boats for one of Seattle's most prolific parties heading into summer. If you can't catch a ride on the water, it's always a great time along the shoreline of the Montlake Cut to catch the parade of boats. Near JBLM, WashDOT will be working near the new Stillicum-DuPont Road I-5 interchange. This cuts off access on Stillicum-DuPont Road just west of I-5 at that new roundabout. The closure starts tonight at 7 through Monday morning at 5. A detour will be in place. And we have an update on the closure on State Route 510 near Lacey. Last week, crews discovered damage during a routine inspection on a 110-foot long culvert beneath the highway. Replacing it will take until mid-May at the earliest. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Let's bring in Chris Sullivan. Some changes on I-5 went into effect overnight, too.
Yeah, we've got new temporary bypass lanes open on southbound I-5 right at the Stanwood exit there. That's SR 532. If you've driven through that area, they've been tearing up the whole middle and sides of the freeway there. It's all part of a fish passage project that they're doing that's going to last the rest of the year. But the bypass lanes are now open southbound, so everyone is going to have to jog over into the right to go. Basically, they're diverting you off the freeway. The lanes in the northbound direction are going to open a little bit later this month, so that's going to be a big transition for people who are used to going through that area. Only 2 out of 3 lanes total, but they're bypass lanes. They're on the side of the freeway because they need they're tearing the whole freeway up to put in culverts there.
So it's true. Basically, we have rainy season and construction season.
Yep.
Well, to be honest, these days we really just have construction season, except for most things they can get done. It just goes all year round. Now we have so much work that needs to be done.
For sure. All right, well, let's get a check on weather real quick. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Beautiful day on tap. Highs in the upper 60s for Seattle, maybe in the low 70s farther south of the city. Tomorrow, it'll be kind of cool and damp at times. We're looking for a high in the low 50s with clouds throughout much of the day. A chance of showers throughout. We make a rebound on Sunday, though. Highs will be in the low 60s and partly sunny by the afternoon. Right now in Seattle, we have sunny skies and 50 at 7:13.
Now let's find out what's happening on the roads right now. We head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Sully?
And our travel times are elevated on this Friday on a couple of routes. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe people are all heading into town to do some naked gardening. I'm not really sure if that's a kind of a group
For
event
anyone
or
who
not.
wasn't listening a half an hour ago, that was quite random.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for not listening to all 3 hours. Give me all 3.
You'll have to go to the podcast at mynorthwest.com.
That was a little obscure. You're right if you weren't listening. Anyway, I mean, we're looking at brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge and then also some through the Kent Des Moines Road. So we're running at 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. That's about 10 minutes slower than a typical Friday. Renton to Bellevue is also running at about a half an hour, so a little bit slower than you might expect there. Behind that, though, the Valley Freeway looks pretty decent. We're under 40 minutes. We've got about a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma. Once you're through DuPont, it's a pretty great drive there. The lake bridges are quiet, and coming down out of the north end, we do have a little bit of slowing right near 522 on southbound 405. We might have a new crash right there just after Beardsley. I'm going to check into that because that kind of went red really quickly. We've got about 42 minutes from Everett into Bellevue and 38 from Everett to Seattle. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
At 7:14, let's head over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
Get ready to set sail. Boating season starts tomorrow, and while we've had some warmer weather lately, folks eager to jump into the water may want to think twice. KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ted Beener tells us,
wear that life jacket if you're going out on the water, whether it's on a sailboat, a motorboat, or a human-powered boat like a kayak or paddleboard.
Beener says when the water is coldest during May and June, most drownings happen in Washington state. A fire tore through parts of Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad. The fire broke out on Wednesday on the trestle bridge that runs from Mineral to Monroe. Bethan Mayer, executive director of the railroad, tells KIRO 7 TV.
We're a small nonprofit. We've worked really hard over the past 2.5 years to get the organization to the point it's at. We carry about 80,000 passengers a year.
A GoFundMe has started to help raise money for repairs.
Katrina, thank you. It's 7:15.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
You've made it to Friday. It's the second day of May. Thanks for joining us at 7:15. President Trump has removed National Security Advisor Mike Waltz amid internal criticism and a scandal involving leaked details of a U.S. bombing plan via the Signal app. He's appointing Secretary of State Marco Rubio as his interim replacement.
We're joined now by CBS's Jeff McCausland. And Jeff, this seemed almost inevitable when we first heard about this security breach with the Signal app.
Well, it certainly did, Charlie, but we've now gone several weeks since that first revelation that Mr. Waltz had created this Signal app and had the Vice President of the United States, Secretary of State, himself, and others on that app, and we're discussing policy towards Yemen. And that was the time when, of course, Hegseth revealed, which I would argue was classified information about an impending airstrike against the Houthis, but they had also included Jeff Goldberg. But that has gone on for a couple of weeks now, and it seemed the president was hoping that would kind of go away, or at least he didn't want to deal with this challenge. until after the first 100 days, which was very important. So that may have been part of it. It also appears to some degree Waltz has become more and more isolated within the administration in terms of policy. He was known to be a hawk on China, a hawk certainly on the negotiations with Iran, whereas the president and his principal negotiator for Iran, Russia, Israel, you name it, Steve Witkoff, seem to be wanting to find a much more diplomatic solution. So that may have been a second cause for pushing him out at this particular moment.
This is the first major staffing change in Trump's second term. What does that say about the internal dynamics of this second go around in the White House?
Well, it certainly is. It's still pretty quick. I mean, somebody described Waltz was able to execute 9.18 Scaramucci's. If you remember Scaramucci, the press secretary who lasted about a week or so. So he only got that far. He did exceed the record, which was Michael Flynn's as National Security Advisor to Trump, who only had that job for less than 2 weeks before he got fired in the first term. But this is still turbulent. I think shows a little bit of chaos in the policymaking world at this particular moment. Jake Sullivan, for example, his predecessor, served as National Security Advisor for several years. And if you look across the long breadth of National Security Advisors since his job was created in 1949, most of the time they stay for a couple of years unless things are, in fact, quite disruptive. But, you know, it comes at a very difficult moment. I mean, consider the fact that we have this major war in the Ukraine and now this mineral deal. We have conflict in the Middle East, not only in the Gaza Strip, but Israel's at war really with southern Lebanon and Hezbollah, the West Bank. Israeli forces are fighting in Syria. We are in an air campaign with the Houthis that Mr. Waltz was very, very supportive of. There's a high likelihood, I fear, of a major conflict that could break out momentarily between India and Pakistan. We have the Iran negotiations. And then, of course, we have this major trade war, which is a major foreign policy national security consideration. So to do this in the midst of all that and saddle Mr. Rubio with having not only these two jobs, but at the moment being the acting American archivist and also being the acting director of USAID, seems a bit worrisome.
Jeff, let's take a step back for a second, because you at one time served on the National Security Council. I'm curious, could you maybe describe to people what the National Security Advisor does and what people on the National Security Council do and how that relates to our national security?
Well, that's exactly right. I think the National Security Advisor is poorly named. It's really the National Security Coordinator, because most people believe by the name, well, this guy advises the president on national security, or this person, I should say, advises the president. That's really only a very small part of their job. Their real job is to be the coordinator. So when I was on the National Security Council, let's take an issue like immigration. Well, clearly to execute the policy of the president on immigration, which is to close the border and move people out of the country, that requires the Department of Defense to be involved. That certainly requires the Department of Homeland Security involved. It may actually involve the Department of Treasury and Commerce because of our relations with other countries. Certainly it involves the State Department. So what you do on the National Security Council staff is you convene coordinating meetings of the interagency to take this big piece of policy and break it down into the respective parts that each agency are going to do. And then, quite frankly, you make darn sure they actually do it. And that was the primary job of the National Security Advisor. They're also unbelievably different. The Secretary of State, for example, is the public face of foreign policy. He or she oftentimes is traveling about half the time around the world to hot spots for trying to improve relations. Mr. Rubio was in Panama, for example, and in South America for a good bit. The National Security Advisor, he's basically the guy at home. He's making sure policy is executed. Believe it or not, one of his principal jobs is to make sure the White House Situation Room works so the president can contact any world leader in a moment if he desires to do so. So it's a more behind-the-scenes type of job, and a job that requires you primarily to be either with the president if he is traveling or be with him in the White House. Very, very different responsibilities. Both jobs are virtually impossible. I would say the two together, totally impossible.
That is Jeff McCausland from CBS News. Jeff, that was great insight. Always appreciate getting it from you, and have a great weekend.
Charlie, take care.
Okay, it's 7:21 now on Seattle's Morning News.
Other things we're following. President Trump has signed an executive order cutting funding to PBS and NPR. Correspondent Jared Hill says they get about $500 million a year through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
The executive order claims that PBS and NPR are biased in their reporting. It directs the Corporation for Public Broadcasting as well as other federal agencies to stop funding both of them. That's about 15% of PBS's annual revenue, 1% for NPR. Still, though, we're talking about a decent amount of money. The immediate impact is not clear since CPB is funded 2 years in advance to insulate it from political maneuvering.
At 7:22 now, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And I'm throwing up the Sully bat signal for my Cornfeld Law hands-free highway helpers. If you're on southbound 405 and you're, say, between Canyon Park and 522, can you tell me what you're seeing there? Because whatever it is between my cameras, and I haven't been able to find it. But we've gone all red on the map from 527 down to 522. So voice to text, have your passenger text. Don't you do it by hand. I don't want you to get a distracted driving ticket or get into an accident. But I can use some help. I know there's something there, and we've jumped up to 45 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, which is a 15-minute delay when you consider that it's only 33 minutes from Everett to Seattle. So I could use some little help there up in the Canyon Park Bothell area. The rest of the map, not Friday Light by any stretch. I mean, we're looking at 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. That's about 10 minutes slower than it should be. A lot of volume going into the city today from the beginnings of Boeing Field up past the West Seattle Bridge. The Renton to Bellevue Drive also up over 30 minutes, so it's pretty heavy. Valley Freeway, a little spillover there from about 180th on in Renton. Behind that, just the normal stuff, a little over 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Looking at Tiger Mountain, very heavy eastbound 18 down to I-90 as you go through the construction zone there. Olympia to Tacoma, about 40 minutes. 16 looks pretty good back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma, but we have heavy brake lights around the corner from Gorst. We might have had something just south of the Bremerton shipyard there, so I'm checking on that as well. The lake bridges, though, are in fine shape. This report brought to you by me, KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It is warming up a little faster than it did yesterday morning. We're going to see sunshine and 68 for today. For tomorrow, clouding up in 55. No rain in the forecast, but Sunday looks nice. Back to mostly sunny skies and 61. It's 55 in Seattle right now.
More of the day's top local stories on the way, and then I have a very noisy question for G. Scott. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
There's a fire at the Cheesecake Factory. Downtown. They were already closing down that location. They had announced back in March. And I'm not suggesting this is what they did. Not at all. God bless them. Not in a million years. I love their club sandwich. This is an interesting coincidence.
I don't know, man, where there's smoke. I'm just saying.
Jake and Spike.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss the next Mariners homestand featuring a special Mother's Day weekend series May 9th through 11th and a marquee matchup against the Yankees May 12th through 14th. Then the fun picks up again with a 3-day Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway May 27th through 29th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
There's a good feeling we get when we show up for others, whether it's a family member, a neighbor, or a local nonprofit we care about. When you donate or volunteer to support nonprofits, great things happen. That's what Give Big is all about. Give Big is Washington's annual giving campaign that benefits nonprofits of all kinds across our state. On May 6th and 7th, visit wagives.org to discover and donate to nonprofits making good things happen.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:30. Seattle police are still investigating after a shooting left 2 people hurt last night.
This happened about 7 o'clock at Beersheba Park in Rainier Beach. An 8-year-old girl was grazed in the jaw by a bullet. Seattle Fire treated her, then her parent drove her to the hospital. A 76-year-old woman was also shot. She showed up later at a fire station, then went to Harborview on her own. Police say someone fired multiple rounds from a car and then drove off. No arrests so far. Both victims are expected to be okay. If you know anything about this, you are asked to call the SPD Violent Tip Line.
A Port of Tacoma commissioner warns it will take months to recover from tariff-related slowdowns. KIRO Newsradio's Aaron Granillo reports.
Commissioner Dick Marzano says ports all along the West Coast anticipate a 40% drop in business by mid-May.
It's not a light switch. They can just turn it on and off. The uncertainty our small and medium-sized businesses are having are whether or not they're even going to be able to stay in business throughout the year.
And the clock is ticking, says Marzano. As companies look to stock up on back-to-school and holiday products, they need more clarity on trade policy. Until then, retail analysts warn of supply chain problems not seen since COVID. Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
It will cost you more to play Xbox. So Microsoft just raised prices on nearly everything from consoles to games. Como Force says the Series X now costs $599, a $100 jump. New games cost $10 more. Microsoft blamed development costs and market conditions, but there's likely more to it. Most Xbox gear is made in China, and tariffs from President Trump's trade war are still hitting imports hard.
State Patrol plans to test new safety technology this summer in North Bend. It's called Safety Cloud, and KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors checked it out.
It's being touted as a major advancement for roadway safety, reducing collisions by up to 90%. Real-time digital alerts will be sent to drivers on their map apps and certain newer model vehicle dashboards. There are 2 separate alerts that'll go out, as spokesperson Haley Shipman explains.
So there's 2 different types of alerts. So the moving alerts is a advanced notice that there is a trooper approaching your direction, and that just gives you enough time to slow down and move over to get out of their way. And then the stationary alerts are when a trooper is up ahead on the side of the road, have enough space to ensure safety of both themselves and the roadway users.
Starting in June, State Patrol will test this program in the North Bend area before expanding statewide. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:33, and that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's happening, Sully?
Well, speaking of the State Patrol, our good friend G. Scott says that there might be an HOV emphasis going on northbound I-5, working your way between Federal Way and Seattle. A couple of motorcycle troopers are out there making sure you are having the proper requirements and maybe educating you on the process. Either way, 50 minutes from Federal Way
Fine
to
'em
Seattle.
high.
And again, with a dummy in the car, that gets you an extra 200 beans. So that's going to be, keep that in mind. But they're out there looking. So we've got 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, 35 of that from South Center. So definitely not Friday light there. Want to thank my Cornfeld Law Hands-Free Highway helpers who let me know we do have a crash in Bothell on 405 southbound right at 522. And that's why we're up to 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. That is a 15-minute delay over the 35-minute trip you have from Everett to Seattle. The Renton to Bellevue drive is at 35 minutes, so no Friday light there, and also seeing some heavy brake lights off and on through the Puyallup to Renton drive, so we're running 45 minutes there. 40 from Olympia to Tacoma. It's heavy over Tiger Mountain down to I-90, and it is really slow around the corner in Gorst from 16 to 3. Looks like we did have a crash, or might still have one active just around the Sinclair Inlet, just getting into Bremerton. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe and get fresh video content daily.
And the forecast looks beautiful today. Highs right around 70. 68 is the official forecast high for Seattle. Tomorrow, it'll be kind of cloudy and showers at times. Highs in the mid-50s for Seattle. On Sunday, we make a rebound. Highs in the low 60s with afternoon sun. Right now in Seattle, it's 50 at 7:35.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO News Radio.
It's now 7:35. Columbia University student and activist Mohsen Madawi was freed after a federal judge ordered his release as he fights deportation. Madawi, a green card holder, was arrested at his final citizenship appointment in Vermont. We get more from CBS's Lilia Luciano.
This is the moment Columbia University student activist Mohsen Madawi was released from federal custody Wednesday.
To President Trump and his cabinet, yes, I am not afraid of you.
Madawi is Palestinian and a green card holder. We were there when masked federal agents showed up to his final citizenship appointment in Vermont and arrested him in what he called a honey trap. His attorneys quickly moved to keep him in Vermont, his home state, avoiding a more complicated out-of-state legal fight. Did the agents try to take you to the airport?
The agents technically premeditated my abduction or kidnapping. They had already my flight tickets printed. Oh, no. They took me to Burlington Airport, and we just missed the airplane.
The U.S. government says they can deport Madawi based on his role leading protests at Columbia University, which they call anti-Semitic and a threat to U.S. policy. The night before his arrest, he told us anti-Semitism had no place in the protests he led against the war in Gaza.
Why do you think the federal government is going after pro-Palestinian protesters?
I believe that there is a clear understanding of the role of the universities that play in a country, in a democratic country. The excuse is anti-Semitism, and the goal is to not have universities standing up at all.
In his ruling, the judge said that Madawi was neither a flight risk nor a danger. And he said that it was actually dangerous to keep him detained because it could have a chilling effect on speech, drawing parallels with the McCarthy era. While Madawi can go back to Columbia University for his graduation later this month and to start his master's degree in the fall, he is still fighting deportation and detention.
That is Lilia Luciano reporting. For 10 straight quarters, Microsoft increased its spending on artificial intelligence, but in the first quarter of this year, it pulled back just a little. Microsoft spent approximately $1 billion less on AI in the first 3 months of 2025 than it did in the previous quarter. It still invested $21.4 billion in AI over the past 3 months. CEO Satya Nadella spoke on an investors call this week.
Cloud and AI are the essential inputs for every business to expand output, reduce costs, and accelerate growth.
According to the New York Times, Microsoft has surpassed $70 billion in the first quarter, up 13% from the same period a year earlier.
A Roy woman says her dog is alive today because of a new cancer vaccine. The Akita, named Rainier, survived not one, but 2 cancer battles. The dog's owner, Casey Bentz, tells KIRO 7 TV after surgery and chemo, Rainier joined a vaccine trial.
I don't think we would have had him longer than a few months if it weren't for the Yale canine cancer vaccine.
Months later, the cancer returned. His owner reached out again and got a second dose. The cancer in his lungs, gone. Now, Rainier is running and playing like a pup again. More trials are ongoing, but for this family in Roy, the vaccine was life-changing. It's being tested at sites including Bridge Animal Referral Center in Edmonds and Washington State University in Pullman.
Oh, it's such a good story.
Beautiful dog.
Yeah, beautiful dog. It has an Instagram.
Yes. What dog doesn't, really? I haven't gone that far yet, but
yeah,
I should.
My wife, the wiener dog lady, had an Instagram going on for one of our wiener dogs.
Of course.
I don't think it's updated very much anymore.
It takes a lot of time.
It does. It does. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the issue on southbound 405, which is really causing problems getting down into Bothell. So we'll break it down for you next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic is your best plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. Dr. Mixon, let me ask you a question. How long have some of your patients been working with you?
We've got patients now that have been with us for over 20 years that are in their 90s, who came to us in their 60s. The grandparents now in their 90s are living independently. They're not on walkers, they're not on canes, they're not headed for nursing homes.
I meet people and they ask about, wow, you're in great shape, you have 12% body fat and stuff. What's the secret? I said, it's not a secret. Longevity Medical Clinic has been there for 25 years. There is no secret to the fact that if you make those small changes, you avoid the big, bad, horrible stuff that most of us just think, well, this is what's supposed to happen to me.
And if you're heading downhill and you don't change your direction, you're going to continue going downhill. And what we do at Longevity is we redirect you and we take you back up the hill.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Hey there, Dawn Reiling with Olympic Hot Tub. Get ready to unleash your best self with your very own hot spring spa. Hot spring spas feature the amazing Freshwater IQ salt system. Enjoy healthy saltwater soaks and a tub that automatically tests your water for you. And now till May 15th, save up to $3,800 on your new hot tub. Details at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Hey folks, John Curley here. One of the best home comfort inventions of recent time, mini split systems. Now you can enjoy efficient heating and cooling while saving energy and reducing utility bills with personalized room comfort. Call my friends at Home Comfort Alliance for a free consultation, and for a limited time, get 18 months same as cash financing on all qualified systems. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
7:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
Well, it might not be Friday light between Linwood and Bellevue. You are going to be lighter in the wallet.
It's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
We've hit $15 in the southbound 405 express toll lanes out of Linwood, a very rare occurrence on a Friday. That makes us 5 for 5 this week in hitting the maximum
Good
toll.
job.
And we just had a little crash right in Bothell on 405, right there at 522, that really put us behind. And that we're in an hour from Everett to Bellevue. That is not Friday light at all. Now, if you can't afford that $15, it's going to save you close to 30 minutes. So that's a pretty decent return on the investment if you like paying for the roads that you already pay for with your gas tax. So... Sorry, I'm just loading
Insert commentary
I'm
here.
just loading it on right now. Compare that to the Everett to Seattle drive, which is running right around 40 minutes, and you see the disparity. The rest of the map, not Friday light either. I mean, over 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, with 35 of those minutes from South Center. Renton to Bellevue is running at 35 minutes as well. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is getting closer to 45. Olympia to Tacoma has about an average 40-minute trip right now, so it is not light anywhere, really, by most days' standards. We're also still seeing the brake lights on westbound 16 right around the corner in Gorst. It looks like we have a crash right there, right at the corner at Gorst, as you make your way around the corner of Sinclair Inlet. So, yeah, not a good day out there. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Can't blame the weather. It's beautiful. Mostly sunny. The high today of 68. We're going to see some clouds roll in late today. They'll be with us tomorrow, cooling us off into the mid-50s. But we're right back to mostly sunny skies on Sunday and a high of 61. Pack up to 67 in the sunshine on Monday. Wait a second. I just took a peek at Tuesday.
Yeah.
75 again.
I'll take it.
Yeah, right? It is a ways away, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. Sunshine and 55 in Seattle right now.
Now we head over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
The teen accused of stabbing his mom's boyfriend in Pierce County will likely be charged as an adult. Fox 13 Seattle reports the teen stabbed the man in the neck after an argument between the man and his mom that woke him up. The victim later died at the hospital. According to court documents, the teen said he did not mean to do it on purpose and was scared. The teen's mom asked the courts to release her son with an ankle monitor, but the judge ruled against it. The teen's next court date is May 19th. In Renton, residents say they're frustrated over the school district's handling of a major expansion project. The Renton School Board voted to move forward with acquiring properties through eminent domain to expand Renton High School. Kenneth Green tells KIRO 7 TV he's lived across the school for 20 years.
My youngest, who's in the 8th grade, might not be going to Renton High School now because we might not be living across the street. And our daughter found out in her senior year what was happening, so that kind of spoiled it for her. You know, she's thinking about prom and whatnot.
The district plans to take over 42 lots in the area around the school.
All right, Katrina, thank you. And Manda?
Yeah.
I need to go grab my props.
Okay.
G. Scott is stopping by.
You have a surprise for him, and it's a surprise to all of us. I haven't been able to crack you yet.
It's going to get loud in here. You might want to bring some earplugs.
Okay. Stand by for that here on Seattle's Morning News. It's 7:46.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on MyNorthwest.com.
And joining us live from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott. He's 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio. Good morning, G.
Good morning, Tally, Manda,
It's
and Sully. It's
Friday.
Friday. By the way, Manda Factor, you look good with the Mariners.
Oh,
I
thank
see
you.
you. It looks fantastic. All right.
Thank you.
Speaking of baseball,
Okay.
coming up this weekend, young Sam, my 12-year-old son, has a big tournament out in North Bend. The Elevate Hooks Richardson 12U are going to be taking on all opponents.
Okay.
And, G, you're a sports dad.
Yeah.
I'm a sports dad. Sully, you're a sports dad. Noisemakers. Are you a sports mom?
No.
No? Okay.
She tried. She tried all of them.
Yeah.
Don't. Oh, I know where this is going.
I want to talk about noisemakers at baseball games.
Do I hear cowbell?
You might hear a cowbell. I want to go
I heard the
over
cowbell.
Noisemakers, G, and I am curious your reaction to playing these. Remember, these are outdoors, but I'm curious what your thoughts are in different noisemakers that the parents have been using, I've heard recently. So I want to start with, and you want to expose one of your ears, G, just so you can hear this in real life. So this is, the traditional...
Oh.
Cowbell.
The cowbell. Now, we only play the cowbell.
Can't get enough cowbell.
I know. It's so loud.
Okay.
So this would get played when the team scores a run, when something exciting happens, would never be played to distract the other team.
Oh, sure it wouldn't be.
So that's the cowbell.
Okay.
All right. Thoughts, first of all, on the cowbell.
Can't get enough cowbell.
Can't get enough cowbell.
Yeah. And then at the very end, I'm going to give you my whole opinion on noisemakers. But
Okay.
Go ahead. Keep going.
All right. Now, this is something that is a rather new innovation. It's called the Loud Cup.
Okay.
The Loud Cup, of course, when you're drinking a nice cold Diet Coke in the stands.
Oh, parents don't put it in a red cup no more?
It's the Loud Cup.
Sully, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Here we
what I'm
go.
talking about.
Here's the Loud Cup.
Okay. Oh gosh. There's traffic outside.
Why are you doing this to us?
Wow. Okay.
All
so
right.
This is the Loud Cup that when a run is scored, we play that. It's
fantastic.
Kind of new.
Fantastic.
Can't you just clap your hands or something?
Oh, great point, man.
One of the parents brought this to the tournament last week.
This dude literally has toys. Okay.
Okay. One of the parents brought this. This is a horn that expands out.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the horn. This is the one I'm really curious on your take on.
Okay.
Hold on.
This is great.
I'm braced.
Bruh.
Good
Wait.
gravy.
You're driving people off the road right now.
Charlie,
You can't do that on the radio.
Wait, bro.
people are going to start driving off the
really
roads.
just put that into people's speakers just now?
Dude, now people are crashing. Seriously, dude, stop that.
It's job security for you.
Seriously.
Whoa. For everybody, and I'm driving here today, Sully, and I'm like, we don't know what we're going to talk about because Charlie has a surprise. Yo.
This is why he didn't tell anybody, because we would have said no way, dude.
That might be an FCC violation.
Sully,
I don't know, man. Come on, people are...
Where's the show going?
Yeah, why are you doing this?
So here's my question.
Okay.
What's your opinion of the noisemakers? Go.
Well, look, I had one opinion at first. I think everybody's on the same page. Hell no. Get rid of all of that. No, we don't want to hear none of that.
Especially not in a 12 by 12 studio.
Goodness. And by the way, real quick, sweeping statement right here.
Yeah, go for it.
If I see you daddies and uncles and brothers with noisemakers in the stands, all I'm going to say is, yeah, that dude has not an athletic bone in their body.
Yeah, well,
now,
this is true.
Now, the moms, aunties, and sisters, cool. I love it. That's great. But I better not see no grown-ass man that's walking around with cowbell during a baseball game. No, bro.
So you don't like the horn?
I don't like any of it for you.
It's terrible.
I hope that when you are... oh, gosh. I hope that when you are
Give me
that.
No way, man.
Sully, what the text line said, it's got to be
Some
off
people
the...
are like, he's doing a really good job making my job easier. Wow, people like your noisemakers, apparently.
Wait, they like this
apparently. I mean, to me, that sounded like I was leaning into another lane and a truck was about to hit me.
Next time.
They like this segment.
No, next time Charlie says, I have a surprise for you, G. What are you going to say? No.
Manda.
Yes.
Before I leave, I got a question for you.
Okay.
What would you rather have during a segment? Conversations about or his cowbell?
I'm going to put the cowbell out the window. Bye-bye. No cowbell.
I got to the point. So the
Cowbell,
next time
that
she
belongs
comes
on
in
SNL.
here and talks about you know what, she'd rather have that over the cowbell.
So there.
That horn should be banned from all youth activities. Are you kidding me?
Do we have to talk about traffic now?
I'd rather have parents drinking and yelling at people than that horn. And I really don't want that either.
Okay.
Wow.
That's Sully at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Wow, okay.
That was 5 minutes of my life I'll never get back, Charlie.
Where's my audiologist? Looking at the drive right now, we are starting to get better from through the Bothell area on 405. We're back under an hour again from Everett to Bellevue, but not by much. We have a 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, so big-time delays still coming out of the...
Knock it off!
By the way, if your daughter ended up going to Montana State, that is used rather liberally at football games. Go Cats, I get it. Football's one thing. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, we've got a 35-minute trip for you. 45 up the Valley Freeway, 50 from Federal Way to Seattle. The lake bridges are still okay. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing for all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs. Stop freaking and call Beacon.
You were my friend for 22 years, Charlie. Notice the past tense there? Were. Good heavens.
Sunny. 69 for a high today on Seattle's Morning News.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
The guy that used to
was a hitman for the Gambino. He's part of the Gambino family, yeah. And now he's a motivational speaker. He's in this, like, talking to a bunch of, like, you know, grade school kids. They're like, listen, you know, you guys gonna be okay. Just don't be snitches. They get stitches.
John Curley, weekdays 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump vowed again today to strip Harvard University of its tax-exempt status for refusing government demands for changes in leadership and admissions policy. CBS's Stacey Lynn.
In a post on Truth Social, the president made the announcement saying it's what they deserve. Harvard's president has said revoking the status would be unlawful. The decision will likely face legal challenges. The move comes just weeks after the president froze more than $2.2 billion in federal funding for the school over its refusal to help stamp out alleged anti-Semitism and hate on campus.
The government reports 177,000 jobs were created last month. Bank of America economist Stephen Junot says employers kept on hiring in the face of tariff concerns and a drop in consumer confidence.
Sentiment has certainly taken a nosedive, but for the time being, it's very hard to see any signs that the economy really is teetering on the brink of a contraction.
The Trump administration asking the Supreme Court to strip temporary legal protections from 350,000 Venezuelans, potentially exposing them to being deported. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez has more on what officials are saying about the latest immigration sweep in Florida.
Immigration officials say a majority of the arrested had criminal records, including someone convicted of murder and multiple alleged gang members. But advocate groups and families say people with pending asylum cases and no violent history were detained too.
The Associated Press has obtained detailed Army plans for a potential military parade June 14th, calling for more than 6,600 soldiers, at least 150 vehicles, 50 helicopters to mark the Army's 250th birthday, same day as President Trump's birthday. In the UK, a judge has handed Prince Harry a defeat as he looked to restore his royal security when visiting Britain. CBS's Holly Williams in London.
The court said that the decision taken to change security arrangements for Harry and his family was a, quote, understandable reaction to his decision to step down as a so-called working royal back in 2020.
The U.S. Geological Survey says a 7.4 earthquake hit off the southern coasts of Chile and Argentina, prompting evacuations. Comic performer Ruth Buzzy has died at 88. She made her name in the late 1960s on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In and on TV roasts, here taking aim at Lucille Ball.
You see that nice, fresh look she always had over the years? Do you think that's natural? Bourgeois!
Wall Street, the Dow is up 468 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
8:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And now that we have cleared the crash on southbound 405 in Bothell, right by 522, the backup is getting much better, and the brief $15 maximum in the toll lane has fallen precipitously, as you might expect. But we're back down to about 43 minutes from Everett into Bellevue. Compare that to the 40 from Everett to Seattle, and we're kind of falling back in line. Looking at northbound I-5, still struggling past the West Seattle Bridge. 35 minutes from the South Center area into downtown and 50 all the way from Federal Way. Renton to Bellevue's got about a 35-minute trip. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is about 40, so not too bad. Highway 18 over Tiger Mountain has been what you've gotten used to. Heavy from the summit all the way to I-90. Looking at the lake bridges, not too bad. A little slowing westbound out of Montlake on 520. I-90, not bad. However, in the eastbound direction, there was slowing approaching the 405 corridor. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Go to closetsbydesign.com to see the current specials, or you can call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
$8:04 Friday morning. Welcome to Seattle's Morning News, along with Manda Factor. I'm Charlie Harger.
Our top story, police are investigating a shooting that injured an 8-year-old girl and a 76-year-old woman at a park in South Seattle.
According to investigators, a bullet grazed the little girl's jaw. And with the story, here's KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Charlie, yesterday evening at Beersheba Park in the Rainier Beach neighborhood, police say a suspect just started firing multiple gunshots from a vehicle. That 8-year-old was treated at the scene, then her parent drove her to a hospital. Police say the 76-year-old victim walked to a nearby fire station where medics treated her, and then she drove herself to Harborview Medical Center. Luckily, these were both non-life-threatening injuries. There's no word on why or what caused this to start in the first place. No arrests so far.
Thank you, Luke. It's 8:05. Some local Head Start providers are taking part in a national lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle the Head Start program.
Head Start is a federal program that provides comprehensive early childhood education, health, and nutrition services to low-income children and families. KIRO 7 TV reports the suit was filed against the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, accusing it of unlawfully implementing the DOJ and anti-DEIA executive orders by gutting the program of staff and resources. Among the plaintiffs, the Head Start Association of Washington State and the ACLU of Washington. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A 16-month-old baby taken from the home of her legal guardian in Bothell yesterday morning has been found safe. Cam Johnson with Bothell Police says the baby and her non-custodial mother were found in a trailer in Edmonds a few hours later. They had reason to believe the baby was in danger, but right now, police are not getting into specifics.
What I can tell you is what we knew was serious enough that all detectives, it was an all hands on deck situation for our investigations team.
The mother was arrested. The baby was not hurt.
May have smelled a little burnt coffee around Everett yesterday. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas explains why.
Everett Fire handled a response at a roasting facility on 75th Street Southwest. The fire was contained to a roaster. Nobody hurt. Thankfully, no major damage.
Flames tore through a Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad bridge this week, as we hear from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
Multiple parts of the railroad have collapsed from all of that burn damage. The owners posted that much of the steel rail is melting and warping.
I think it's sort of watching our hopes and dreams for the future and sustainability of our organization go up in smoke.
Washington DNR has also looked at the fire, and they've already determined it is human-caused. We do not know if it was intentional or an accident. The main line of the operation is still running, but the company says insurance isn't likely to cover the damages.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Sully is busting out the moves.
Oh, you are missing it if you're not watching right now. Sully is tearing up the dance floor.
You know what that song needs? More cowbell.
Yeah. Is that Black Box, Nick?
Yeah, strike it up, Black Box.
Strike
Black
it
Box.
up. I haven't heard that in forever.
Yeah.
One of my college jams, baby.
Me too.
In my parachute pants, doing the Running Man back in the day.
You're biting your lower lip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's how Sully rolls.
Why can I picture
Takes me
that
back
so
to senior bar on the campus of Notre Dame.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, let it go.
That's pretty impressive.
It's like the gopher on a Friday.
Charlie is speechless.
I think the show is officially off the rails,
It's
right?
definitely a Friday.
Whose fault is
That would
that?
be Charlie's fault.
We got Charlie's noisemakers and now
Charlie's
Sully's dance room.
Yep.
So, yeah, the text line kind of went nuts over the noisemakers.
Am I the only normal person in the room?
Yeah, well, kind of. Kind of. That's why we brought you aboard, Manda.
Thank you. I'm supposed to keep you in line, and I'm not doing a very good job today.
Well, coming up in this hour of the show, if you have missed student loan payments or are worried you might, you better listen up. After a long pause, federal government getting ready to come knocking again. We will speak with consumer man Herb Weisbaum.
And are you looking for something to do tomorrow? Paul Holden has gathered some fun weekend events from around the Sound.
At 8:08, Amazon CEO is offering a rosy outlook on tariffs. Andy Jassy says the company's online marketplace is built to weather the challenges ahead because it's so big.
When you've got larger diversity like we have a better chance of some of those sellers deciding that they're going to capture share and they're not going to pass on all or any of those tariffs to customers.
Jassy was speaking during the company's Q1 earnings call after Amazon reported better than expected results.
Apple also appears to have largely avoided being hit hard by Trump's tariffs, although they're warning of a potentially bumpy and expensive future. Here's CBS's Ian Scherr.
While Trump's tariffs haven't hit Apple and Amazon too hard yet, Apple did warn that it is bracing for a potential impact of $900 million to its costs as a result of the tariffs as they are set right now. Amazon, meanwhile, forecasts sales growth that was under expectations. Ian Scherr, CBS News.
All right. Might be hungry after this one. Tutabella ramping up production at its Soto facility. The Seattle-based Pizza maker signed a contract with Kroger, which runs Fred Meyer and QFC locally, a bunch of different brands nationwide. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the deal was reached in early March for Tutta Bella to supply pizzas to 1,200 Kroger stores nationwide. Production has gradually increased since the deal. Kroger will take Tutta Bella into 40 states when fully up to speed. Tutta Bella, founded in 2004, inspired by the founder's Italian grandmother and her disdain for American pizza.
It's 8:10. Soon, drivers in the North Bend area will receive safety alerts from the Washington State Patrol. KIRO Newsradio's Nate Connors tells us more about this major advancement for roadway safety.
It's called Safety Cloud and sends real-time digital alerts to motorists when emergency vehicles are near them. Spokesperson Haley Shipman explains how it works.
What this transponder does is it alerts the Washington roadway users of either oncoming troopers or troopers up ahead stopped on the side of the road.
The hope is this will give drivers more time to move over or at least slow down at the scene of an incident. Automatic warnings will appear on the Waze and Apple Maps apps and newer vehicle dashboards. State Patrol plans to test this system in the North Bend area starting in June. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Someone vandalized a statue of the mayor of the city dump, Seattle's most famous clown. Fans are not laughing. The official website for JP Patches says someone painted over the face of the clown statue in Fremont. Statue honors a longtime kids show star who brought joy on KIRO TV from 1958 to 1981. Now his painted-on smile is gone. Fans are raising money to restore it. One supporter tells Fox 13, "We take this seriously, even if it is a clown." The Fremont Sunday Market may even host a parade to help pay for the fix. No word yet if police are investigating.
Cinema is coming back to the historic Port Gamble Theater for the first time in nearly 7 decades. In 2011, the Port Gamble Theater was revived as a live performance space, and now they're bringing vintage movies back to the community. The 1939 classic, The Wizard of Oz, will play May 17th with 2 showings. And after each screening, this is cool, there will be a discussion and presentation from a member of the Wizard of Oz Museum in Kansas. You can buy tickets at the theater's website.
Apropos of nothing here, correspondent Michael George reports white men tend to have higher rates of hearing loss compared to other groups.
Hearing loss affects some communities more than others. Research published in JAMA showed that rates of hearing loss are highest among white men and lowest among black women. Doctors say they're not sure why there's a disparity, but they hypothesize it may be genetic.
Or it may be Charlie brought something into the studio.
I think it may have been your obnoxious instruments. I am suffering from hearing loss. Hopefully it's temporary.
Man, the rage is clear in your eyes over this.
It's fine.
If you weren't listening a half hour ago, you'll have to watch it online. But I brought some noisemakers into the studio.
Yes, you did, for some unbeknownst reason.
Yeah. There is a very serious reason. I just wanted to see the look on G's face.
It's 8:13. Shall we talk about the weather?
Yes.
It's lovely. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Sunshine pushing 74 today. We're going to cloud up tomorrow. We'll be in the mid-50s and then back to more sunshine. Sunday and Monday and Tuesday will be in the 60s Sunday and Monday, but in the 70s again, mid-70s possibly on Tuesday. Sunny and 55 in Seattle right now.
Let's head over to Chris Sullivan. He is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And a couple places are not Friday light, but the rest of the map is trying to get in line. It's going to take a little bit longer for the southbound 405 braking to clear out through Canyon Park and Bothell. We had an earlier crash there. Still up at about 45 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, which on most days is a pretty good drive, but probably a little slower than you expected when you walked out the door this morning. We're getting about 38 minutes from Everett to Seattle. That's probably what you expected on 405. Looking at 405 northbound, about 35 minutes now from Renton to Bellevue. It's heavy up past 30th, and then a pretty good drive until you get to I-90. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, 20 minutes out of Auburn and 40 from Puyallup. Most of Pierce County is quiet. There are some little spots of a little bit of yellow on the map that you hit, usual places. Federal Way to Seattle still up at about 45 minutes, but that's a pickup of 5 minutes. We've got 30 from South Center. Olympia to Tacoma does look really good. We've cleaned out from the crash earlier around the corner at Sinclair Inlet from 60 16-3 getting into Bremerton. The Lake Bridges are still in very good shape. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
And time to check in with KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gashard.
Boating season starts tomorrow, and with all the warm weather lately, folks eager to jump into the water may want to think twice. KIRO Newsradio meteorologist Ted Beener tells us.
That cold water immersion issue, same thing as if you were walking into a cold shower, you gasp, and instead of taking air, you're taking in water. So wear that life jacket.
Experts say the number of drownings have gone up due to warmer weather earlier in the season. And starting today, the Seattle Waterfront Shuttle will start running daily. It'll run from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Each bus has about 20 seats, and you can catch one about every 15 minutes. You can jump on the shuttle at the Space Needle, Pioneer Square, King Street Station, and the Chinatown International District. The service will run until September.
All right. Thanks, Katrina.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
It's 8:15. You made it to Friday. Thanks for spending part of your day with us. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor.
There's an important heads up for anyone who's fallen behind on their student loan payments. After a pause of more than 5 years, the federal government is resuming collections on defaulted student loans.
Consumerman Herb Weisbaum, a contributing editor at checkbook.org, says borrowers in default or close to it do have options. So, Herb, this all starts on Monday, right?
Yes, right. Yes, that's right, Amanda. Monday, May 5th, the federal government's going to resume collections on defaulted student loans. The Education Department's going to target borrowers first who haven't made payments for 270 days or more. You're going to get an email from the Federal Student Aid Office telling you that your loan is entering involuntary collection unless you start making payments or enroll in an Education Department forbearance or deferment program. And then this summer, the Federal Student Aid Office is going to start sending formal wage garnishment notices. In a statement announcing the policy change, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon said, quote, American taxpayers will no longer be forced to serve as collateral for irresponsible student loan policies, end of quote. Just remember this, the federal government, unlike private lenders, does not need a court order to garnish wages, intercept tax refunds, or even seize Social Security benefits.
So how many people are we talking about affected by this, Herb?
Well, according to the Department of Education, Charlie, at least 5 million borrowers will immediately be impacted when its collection machine restarts. An additional 4 million borrowers have loans that are in the late stage of delinquency, meaning they're 90 days to 180 days past due and nearing default. Just want to give you a little tiny bit of history. The first Trump administration paused collections on direct federal loans back in March 2020 during the pandemic. The Biden White House extended that pause. Now the new Trump administration is warning borrowers there's going to be serious consequences for non-payment, including wage garnishment and other collection efforts, which, could really cause borrowers' credit scores to drop dramatically if this takes place.
If that student loan has not gone into default yet and someone can't afford to make a payment, what should they do?
Well, if you've fallen behind on your payments but are not yet 270 days late, your goal is to keep yourself from of defaulting. You want to avoid default at all costs if you can. To do that, you need to be proactive and you need to be persistent. Bruce McCleary, a senior vice president at the National Foundation for Credit Counseling, told Checkbook the last thing you want to do is go run and hide. You actually need to go out and do something proactive. You want to contact your servicer and see what your options are and do the various programs. Try to take advantage of the various programs that are available through the Department of Education. I'm going to give you one more tip that Bruce shared with me, which is visit studentaid.gov to make sure your contact information is up to date. You may have moved in the 5 years since the grace period started, and your loan servicer and the Department of Education both need to know how to reach you. So be sure to do that. McCleary tells me that the Education Department is swamped with calls right now. So if you're trying to interact with them on the phone at all, it's going to be a long wait. Try to see what you can do online if possibly that can happen.
We're speaking with consumer man Herb Weisbaum from checkbook.org. Herb, that advice was for people not in default. What if you are already in default? Are you going to get any notice, heads up from the Department of Education?
They say you'll be notified 65 days before they start to withhold government benefits to repay your loan. So if you act within that time, Charlie, you can stop the wage garnishment or any other withholding from happening. There are a number of options that the Education Department has for people who can't afford to pay the loans. You might be able to set up a payment agreement where you get lower payments, in some cases $0, but you have a formal program in place. Because of your current situation, your loan will still be in default, but at least you'll be starting anew. And then there are also two primary ways to get out of default. You can consolidate your loan into a direct student loan, so a brand new loan. They're going to take all the interest from your past loan, put it in your new loan, but you'll be starting fresh. Your payments will be a little bit higher. Or you can rehabilitate your loan by setting up a payment plan with your loan servicer. So you need to talk to them about that. One key point is if you get a collection notice about a debt you don't owe, there's a lot of confusion with what's going on in the federal government right now. If you get something you think you don't owe or an amount that doesn't seem right, the Department of Education has an appeals process and a nonprofit group that I spoke to that tries to help people who have problems with their student loans. The Student Borrower Protection Center, they say contact your local member of Congress. They do have the ability to try to go to work and help you for that as part of their constituent services.
Herb, we just got a question about this on our text line, and I was curious about this too. Advice for the wave of scams that are probably going to come along with this. You're talking about getting things that say you may owe or not or whatever. Well, how do people know or prepare against that?
Well, first of all, it's strange because the government says they're going to email you this one. And I think, Chris, we always say that the federal government doesn't email you. They send you a letter. So this one is indicating that they're going to email you. Be careful. I don't think the government's going to text anybody, and the government certainly isn't going to call anybody. So if you get a text or a phone call about dealing with your student loan, I think you can be guaranteed that's a scam. Email, it's a different question. The easiest way is to possibly go right to studentaid.gov and into your account by yourself. If you're not sure about that email you get or the link looks suspicious, that's the best advice I can give you at this time. But yes, that's a very smart question for the listener. There are going to be a lot of scams associated with this, or companies or scammers who claim that they can help you get out of this situation, but all they want is a little bit of money up front. That could either be totally bogus or a identity theft scam to get your personal information. Don't be giving out your personal information to anybody who says that they can possibly help you. Work with your servicer or the Department of Education. Those are the two places you need to go to help. Or you might be able to get some help, and this is a great suggestion, that you might be able to get some help from a nonprofit credit counselor. Credit counselors, we usually talk about it with you guys, Manda and Charlie, when it's your budget's busted for some other reason. If you're having problems with your student loans, you're probably having problems with your overall budget. Talk to a nonprofit credit counselor. They can work on all this for you, but there are ones specifically trained on student loans. Go to the National Foundation for Credit Counseling website, nfcc.org, nfcc.org, and you can make an appointment to talk to somebody. The initial consultation, which could be done over the phone, is usually free.
All right, a lot going on here, Herb. If people want to find out more, where do they go?
Just go to checkbook.org. You'll find all my stories, checkbook.org.
Consumer man Herb Weisman, have a fabulous weekend, my friend.
You too, guys. Enjoy.
Bye. Enjoy the sunshine. It's 8:22, and that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. And here's Chris Sullivan.
And it is certainly not Friday light in most places. We've had some crashes and just a little extra volume today. I'm going to start up with the 405 corridor, which is still struggling getting into and through Canyon Park, actually, and through Bothell because of an earlier crash we had there. It's still over 45 to maybe 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. That's 10 or 12 minutes slower than you probably anticipated. The I-5 corridor is giving you that Friday light. We're looking at about 38 minutes there, which isn't too bad. Northbound I-5 is trying to get better through the Federal Way area. In fact, it has thinned out. Still slow from the north end of Boeing Field, but about 30 minutes from South Center isn't too bad, and that's 45 from Federal Way, and we're under 40 from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is rolling nice and easy at about 32 minutes. Not too bad. The lake bridges are good. However, we just may have picked up a crash just west of Montlake on westbound 520, blocking the right lane as you get to Portage Bay. I'll have more for you on that one in 10 minutes. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Today, we're headed for a high of 68 with plenty of sun. Cloudy, chance of showers tomorrow, high of 55. Mid-60s on Sunday with sun by the afternoon, and we gradually warm up next week. And Manda said it was a promise that on Wednesday it'll be sunny and 75.
You can't promise something 5 days in the future when it comes to weather.
I think you promised it.
Okay, well, if it doesn't happen, I won't be here that day.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
I'm learning. I've only been here 3 weeks, for heaven's sakes. Cut me some slack.
Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, more of the day's top stories, and then we go gardening with Luke Ducey. Actually, I am not going gardening with him.
No.
Not going to do it.
You'll want to stay tuned.
Wouldn't be prudent.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing, so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting wafdbank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Right now at Les Schwab Tires, it's the Best for Less sales event. Save up to $120 instantly on a set of 4 tires. Choose from a wide selection of some of our longest-lasting, best-performing tires. Plus, you'll get America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no-hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just another way you'll get more from less. Stop by a store or shop online at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
DayandNight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
before the summer heat wave. Keep your house cool and safe.
dayandnight.net.
Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night.
dayandnight.net.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Discover one of the new inventions in home comfort with mini split systems from Home Comfort Alliance. Enjoy efficient heating and cooling, saving energy and reducing utility bills. Call now for a free consultation and get 18 months same as cash financing. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
8:31 Friday morning. Thanks for joining us today. A woman and child were shot at Beersheba Park in Seattle's Rainier Beach neighborhood last night.
KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has this report from the scene.
Police say the shooter sped off right after those shots were fired, but detectives couldn't share a description of the car. Witnesses told KIRO 7, though, that people immediately ran for cover. Police closed down the park and the boat launch for this investigation for a couple of hours. Now, police are still searching for that shooter. They're not sure how many people were involved or were inside that car, but we do know that the 8-year-old was taken to the hospital by her father.
And the 76-year-old woman took herself to Harborview. Both are expected to be okay.
Washington U.S. Senator Patty Murray, a Democrat, is warning about a shock to the nation's supply chain. She says it's already being seen at ports up and down the West Coast where less cargo is coming in.
Less cargo at our ports means less goods for our truckers to transport. And that ultimately means bare shelves for our retailers and the American consumer.
Ports of Seattle and Tacoma expect shipments to plummet by 40% later this month. This is amid the ongoing trade war. Analysts warn of supply chain problems that haven't been seen since the height of COVID.
A dog in Roy is living his best life at nearly 10 years old after beating cancer twice. Rainier's owner, Casey Bentz, tells KIRO 7 TV's Dee Dee Sun a new vaccine trial made it possible.
We contacted them right away, and we were enrolled in the trial.
8 months later, no signs of cancer, but then a turn.
Last July, we found out that there were signs of metastasis to his lungs. We were told then that we could try another form of chemotherapy.
Rainier got very sick.
We thought we had run out of options.
She asked the researchers at Yale for a third shot of the experimental vaccine. Rainier was eligible for a booster. Last month, during a vet visit, news that felt like a miracle.
We were all surprised when we found out that the mass in his lungs is gone.
Rainier, by the way, is an adorable Akita with his own Instagram page. The vaccine's being tested at sites including Bridge Animal Referral Center in Edmonds and WSU in Pullman.
All right, 8:33 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and Sully's watching the roads.
And we're enjoying an okay drive across the board. Not exactly Fast Friday or Friday Light for everybody. I mean, for instance, it's a tale of two roads. So if you're coming down from Snohomish County, as you're coming down through Mill Creek, if you hang to the right and go down I-5, you're going to have about 40 minutes from Everett to to Seattle. If you end up going to the left, you head down towards Canyon Park, you're going to be in a 50-minute drive down into Bellevue. So just kind of the disparity today. Northbound I-5 looks really good from Olympia all the way up to about the middle of Boeing Field. It's only 35 minutes to Tacoma, and then Federal Way to Seattle's at 45, but 30 of those minutes are from South Center. So those last couple of miles are not going to be Friday light. Looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 35 minutes. Some significant spillover onto the Valley Freeway, but that's it, really, from Puyallup up to Renton. Give yourself 40 minutes just to pad enough time. 18 over Tiger Mountain is the bumper-to-bumper from before the Tiger Mountain Summit all the way through the construction zone to 18. Across the lake, we're still doing really well. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast day, it's going to be beautiful. Lots of sunshine today. We'll approach 70. For tomorrow, clouding up mid-50s and no rain in the forecast, though. For Sunday, back to mostly sunny skies and 61, upper 60s on Monday. Right now, sunshine. It's warmed up to 57 already in Seattle.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Well, there's an octopus's garden.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe barefoot in the garden.
There's that.
Bare as a tree without fruit.
I've heard that too.
Those might have a whole new meaning after you hear this.
Yeah, well, Seattle's been ranked the second best city in the country for naked gardening. And tomorrow just happens to be World Naked Gardening Day.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the naked truth on this.
Hey, so earlier I asked all of you, have you ever worked in your garden naked? And the answer was no. So let me ask you this. Have any of you ever been skinny dipping?
Oh, I'm not telling.
Sully?
Yeah. But it was dark, and you're in water.
Well, that's just one step away. It's one step away. Seattle is second best when it comes to naked gardening, according to the lawn company Lawn Starter. Miami is number one. I asked Lawn Starter's editor, Jeff Herman, why do people garden in the buff?
Well, when you think back to Adam and Eve, it's all about being naked in the Garden of Eden. And I guess some people continue to think that that's the best way to garden, is to garden in your skin.
Well, there you go. And every year, Lawn Starter ranks 500 cities using 11 different metrics like the weather forecast and nude gardener friendliness, which are things like, is public nudity legal in your area? And what's the average number of Google searches for naked gardening and Naked Gardening Day? And speaking of Naked Gardening Day, the founder of World Naked Gardening Day, which is going to happen tomorrow, lives right here in the Seattle area. Mark Story is a professor of philosophy and a huge advocate for naked gardening.
Most people actually kind of enjoy being one with the soil, and to remove the clothes while we're doing it, it actually is a healthy thing. It's healthy intellectually, it's healthy socially.
And we're going to take his word for it. So let's talk a little bit about this. Other cities on the list. What do you think? Coldest cities on the list. Where would you guess they are?
I'm guessing that they're in north of the so somewhere in Alaska,
Anchorage, Alaska, and Kenosha, Wisconsin. Cities where not everyone is itching to ditch the overalls.
Did you have to say itching?
Itching.
Yeah. Boulder, Colorado, Scobos.
Had to say Boulder.
And that was yours? That was on your
Charlie.
list? Flagstaff, Arizona. And let's talk about this list as well. What other Washington cities do you think made the list? Besides Seattle, of course.
Oh, now, hold on. I can't say because I just glanced at your script, so I know.
You're out.
I'm out. Tapped out.
Bellevue, 214th.
Okay.
Vancouver, 112th. Tacoma, 93rd. This one might surprise you. Kennewick, 89th. Yakima,
good weather.
76th. Yeah, good weather.
That's the Palm Springs of Washington.
A lot of places to do it privately.
Yeah, a lot of open space where no one needs to see that or
no
can
one
see
does.
it.
And then Spokane, 21st on the list. So
my goodness.
Sully, you spoke up. I think letting it all hang out in the backyard might actually be a little liberating for you.
Well, I mean, it's possible. I could see barefoot in the grass.
No.
But no way. I mean, I just don't. I mean, no. I mean, I don't know if you've seen my yard. The things that I clip have needles on them and thorns and things.
I don't know.
Not happening.
I think you need a little encouragement, and here's Mark again with some encouragement for you.
Whatever your comfort level is, with friends, with family, by yourself, if you can give it a try, I am willing to bet money that you're going to walk away thinking that was pretty cool.
Well, he probably does this with friends, but you could start out by yourself.
Friends and family.
Yeah,
I know.
I've got a great idea for the show on Monday.
No, you don't.
No.
No, I know
We're
where
not
you're
taking
going.
it outside,
We're not going
Charlie.
outside.
We're on YouTube. We can't do that. And the monitors might cover things. Before we go, though, I do want to say this from myself, especially to you, Sully, and from Lawn Starter, a reminder, whether you garden naked or not, never operate a lawnmower in the nude.
Thank you for the advice.
Yeah.
I'll take it to heart.
There you go.
Or a weed whacker.
Yeah, definitely. Or a saw.
Yeah.
Or pretty much anything.
Right.
Keep your clothes on, people.
Arrested Development. I'm one of those never nude guys, I think. In fact, I think I might just, wear a swimsuit to the shower now after hearing this story.
Great. Now I'm thinking of you in a swimsuit in the shower. Perfect.
This is all very disturbing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I thought you were bringing a calming influence,
Luke,
Amanda.
are you done?
We're officially done, but we can keep going if you want.
Thank you for your reporting, Luke Ducey.
You got it.
Hard-hitting reporting. It's 8:39.
Charlie!
Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Let it go.
We're going to look at the drive on southbound 405. Fully Clothed, coming up next on KIRO Newsradio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
It's 8:43, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And some of our commutes are starting to wind down. Others still have some work to do. If you're in the Renton S-curves, you're putting in a little work because it's heavy all the way up past 44th now as you work your way out of Renton. We're getting better at the North End Drive, though, trying to tie into downtown Bellevue, but we're still close to 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, so well behind schedule and definitely not Friday light. That has created some spillover from 20th on in, but we're pretty clear all the way the rest of the way, so it's only 40 minutes total from Puyallup up into Renton. Now, if you're heading over Tiger Mountain, we've got a really steady lineup all the way from before the summit all the way down to the I-90 interchange, so that's going to be with us for a while. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma looks pretty good. Some slowing in South Tacoma, but not too bad. A little congestion up towards Highway 18, and then about a 45-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, with 30 of those minutes from South Center. Coming down from the north end, we're pretty close to getting rid of the brake lights, getting out of Canyon Park. We still have some work to do there, though. 45 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. We picked up a little late braking through Linwood, so about 42, 43 minutes now from Everett to Seattle. The Lake Bridges, though, are in fine shape. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be a beautiful Friday. We are looking for sunshine today, warming up to about 68 in Seattle. For tomorrow, clouds roll in, mid-50s, and then back to mostly sunny skies on Sunday. First part of next week looks terrific, too. 61 on Sunday, 67 Monday, into the mid-70s on Tuesday. Right now, sunshine and 57 in Seattle.
At 8:45, we head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
Starbucks is making some changes once again. With sales slowing, the company says it's cutting back on automation and plans to hire more baristas instead. The company is also working on a new algorithm to lower its in-store and drive-through wait times to less than 4 minutes. We just learned Washington State is home to two of the best lakes in the country. According to Lonely Planet, Gisborne Twin Lakes in Snohomish County and Sun Lakes at Dry Falls State Park in Grant County are must-visit destinations. Both spots are known to provide stunning views and outdoor recreation for visitors looking to explore Washington's natural beauty.
I was just out at Dry Falls State Park last summer. It's
what?
fabulous.
No way.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know if you've made your way to Eastern Washington since
Not
you
yet.
moved here. Okay, but they're called coulees. And it is just incredible driving through there, just the views, and you're basically in canyons. They've been carved out by glaciers tens of thousands of years ago. You got to see it.
That sounds beautiful.
I like it. I'm kind of a
cool
tourism advisor here on Seattle's Morning News. Coming up, we are getting the landing gear down. We have Paul Holden, who's going to take us home.
Ready for the weekend.
For the weekend planner here on Seattle's Morning News.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
With over 20 new home communities throughout the Puget Sound area, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Ron is a musician.
Guitar is my love, and the thought of losing that ability was devastating.
You see, Ron was suffering from osteoarthritis.
I was starting to have pain, especially in my right thumb. I had gone to an orthopedic specialist, and they were coming up with options like fusing the joints together.
That's when Ron decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
The results are astounding. I couldn't have imagined it working as effectively as it has.
You'd recommend this to other people?
Oh, wholeheartedly. I am quite the fan of the stem cell therapy.
So, whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or even your thumb, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
I'm singing from rooftops. Go see Dr. Wagner.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Manda, you ready?
Oh, I was born ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it's the weekend.
For what am I ready? What am I ready for?
Paul Holden is here with the Weekend Planner.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Fresh off the warmest day of the year, we are ready to roll into a weekend full of fun here in the Pacific Northwest. It's a big day for comic book fans on Saturday. It's Free Comic Book Day. That means you can head to your local comic book shops and check out a free comic from the worlds of Marvel, DC, Transformers, Godzilla, Street Fighter, and plenty more. You can use the store locator on the Free Comic Book Day website to see what shop near you has not only free comics, but special events too. Also in the world of pop culture, May the 4th be with you. The 4th of May, aka this Sunday, is always a celebration of Star Wars, and at the Museum of Flight you can find a ton of family fun all centered around a galaxy far, far away. Here you can train in the world of lightsabers while also watching the pros show off their skills, an R2-D2 Builders Club, face painting, and of course, cosplay. If you show up in costume, you can get $3 off your admission. If you want to get out on the water and see local rowers take on Indiana University and the New Zealand national team, find a spot along the Waterside Trail, the Montlake Cut, or the Montlake Bridge on Saturday for the Windermere Cup. You'll also be able to see the Seattle Yacht Club's boat parade as well, and this year's theme is back to the 80s. The Festal program continues at the Seattle Center this weekend, and this weekend's celebration is for Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Learn about a variety of cultures and communities through song, dance, food, and more. This is going down on Saturday from 11 to 5 at the Armory Food and Event Hall in the Seattle Center. Plenty of action on the pitch at Lumen Field this weekend. The Seattle Reign take on the Kansas City Current tonight at 7:30. Saturday, the Sounders are matching up against St. Louis SC, also at 7:30 at Lumen Field. And don't forget the march to the match before. Also in sports, the WNBA season is right around the corner, and preseason hoops will be at Climate Pledge Sunday at 4. Here are a couple events sent to me by some listeners. Tulip Town is going to stay open through the weekend until May 4th, giving you one more weekend to see the colorful fields of flowers and plenty more. You'll find Tulip Town in Mount Vernon. At the SeaTac Doubletree Hotel, it's Washington's biggest meeting of all things macabre and spooky. It's time for Crypticon Seattle, which runs all weekend long. There will be costume contests, panels, and plenty more. Tickets are available on-site or online. What are you getting into this weekend? Let me know at paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
I'm ready for it. The spring is in the air.
It's been a busy week, too.
It has been. Maybe just kind of relax and enjoy it.
I'm ready for some baseball and some sleep.
All right.
Some sunshine.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. By the way, did you know there were professional lightsaber people?
Those are my people. I mean, when I think about it.
The movie,
yes, Charlie did know.
Wow, that's a special kind of nerd, right?
Being someone who gets paid to do that is something special.
It'd be fun to be downtown.
Yeah,
right?
I don't
Everyone's
know.
gonna be all
Wow.
dressed up.
Okay. I mean, you do you, but it's just like, really? Oh, well. What do I know?
Boating season starts this weekend
huge,
as well.
Huge.
That'll be big. Tomorrow's not going to be like the most fabulous weather. We'll talk about that. But if you are getting out in the water, KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ted Beener says, be careful.
Wear that life jacket if you're going out on the water, whether it's on a sailboat, a motorboat, or a human-powered boat like a kayak or paddleboard.
He says when the water is coldest, that's in May and June. That's when the most drownings happen in Washington State. So Ted wants you to be safe. Got to listen to Ted.
While we're talking about things on the water, starting today, the Seattle Waterfront Shuttle will start running every day from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Each bus has about 20 seats. You can catch one about every 15 minutes. You can jump on the shuttle at the Space Needle, Pioneer Square, King Street Station, and the Chinatown International District. It'll stop at attractions like the Aquarium, Pike Place Market, and Coleman Dock. The service will run until September.
And at 8:53, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Desk, and that's where we find Chris Sullivan.
And just to go back to the water safety thing just really quickly, if you're new to the area, drowning here does not look like drowning elsewhere this time of year. Most of it is cold weather shock where you
jump in,
you take a deep breath and you go right down.
Yep.
There's no splashing. There's no what. So you may not notice that someone is having trouble.
That's important to point
That's
out.
why, it's a different animal jumping into this water than it is elsewhere where it's warmer. So, yeah, that life jacket will save your life, even when swimming. So anyway, we'll talk more about that. I think we're going to do some safety stuff next week with Ted and the rest of the crew talking about that. I think, Manda, that's on your itinerary. Looking at northbound 405, we've got some heavy braking through the S-curves, but not too bad. We're back under 40 minutes to go from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, a little spillover, but under 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. That's pretty good. Olympia to Tacoma is only 35, and up the hill to 18. Just a little slowing in the right lane as people are trying to get down to 18. And then Federal Way to Seattle, 45 minutes, but 30 of those minutes are from South Center. Those last couple of miles are going to be rough like they normally are through all the weaving and merging. The lake bridges, though, are in fine shape. Coming down from the north end, we're easing off a little bit through the Bothell area. About 45 minutes still from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
What a nice way to wrap up the week. Absolutely gorgeous. Lots of sunshine, pushing 70 for today. We might see some clouds roll in late today. They'll be around tomorrow, too. No rain in the forecast, though. Mid-50s tomorrow. On Sunday, mostly sunny skies and 61. First part of next week looks terrific, too. Warming up to 67 in the sunshine Monday, possibly 75 on Tuesday. Right now, sunny and 57 in Seattle.
Coming up, it's the G and Ursula Show. Thanks for listening to Seattle's Morning News. You have it on KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
It's an exciting night at my house last night. Nick came home. She's all excited. This shirt she found was $80. So she's sitting there talking to me, and all of a sudden she goes, I can't breathe. Cut me out of it. I was like, cut you out of it? It was $80. I got it for $11. Why'd you even buy it? Because it was $80. I got it for $11. I knew it wouldn't fit, but it was so cheap.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. The Salish Sea is buzzing right now with Biggs orcas, according to Puget Sound Express naturalists. These apex predators are on the prowl for seals, sea lions, and porpoises. In the past week alone, tours observed more than half a dozen different orca families in action. In addition, migrating sounder gray whales have been gathering in social groupings near Whidbey Island, possibly catching up before resuming their journey to Alaska. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend on the Olympic Peninsula. Orcas, gray whales, humpbacks, and so much more. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charge.